Welcome to Open Minds, Open Mic, the place to be on a Friday night. We have a very special delight for you. The Jedi Master himself, Paul Skiff, will be doing a feature. Very excited for that. I'm gonna go ahead and get us started with the little poem I wrote a while ago called The Evil in Men. Blistered hands, three different sands from foreign lands, countless blood types, tote bags full of toe tags. So sad the growth's bad. Blood and ash taint the land, but peace only blooms at night. Savage minds rip the flesh out, ass first, that's the weak spout. Carnivores pull the cheeks out. Be proud is what they say when the beef's soused. But me, I don't see south. I look up and dream miles. Fields of free food and green piles for all who need smiles. Hand held out, reach to all in need. Think of all they starved. Now think of all we can feed. Inhale for those who can't breathe. Now take a second to feel your mind and scream. Holler, hoot, whoop-de-whoop, people, what? How are we gonna stand by and let the young die? Him or I will always choose the future. You know why? Simple math. We leaving trash for them to clean up. It's fucked up, the rainforest's almost gone. By the time this poem turns into a song, half the biodiversity in the Amazon will be gone. So what's next? Who's gonna stand up to fight? Be real and make this shit right? Or else we can all kiss our own asses goodnight. Thank God for listening.
Wow, that was awesome. Thank you.
All right, so let's get started with the open mic here. We've got starting us off, the lovely, the beautifully talented Miss Diane Ward.
Good day, everyone. How are you? It is such a pleasure to be here and to hear Paul. So, I am, as you know, going to read from someone else's work for a change because I really want us to also admire and learn from other great poets, which is who I consider Avacha. Avacha is a jazz musician, poetess, and she has a book out with Every Step I Take Two. I'm going to get right in it because I want to hear everyone else as well. And this piece from her book is called True Confessions of a Sound Junkie. I am a bona fide sound junkie. Call me a child of music. I was created, born to the tune that called two very beautiful but incompatible dancers together to make love, to make me, to the rhythmic humming of rusty bed springs, and on that night, the slippery moans of warm sweat, sounds of their love dance became the song that is me, the sensuous sounds of their love dance sang me into existence. That night didn't walk in softly, and neither did I. I came with all the fire and wild passion of a hurricane. Like a shy tornado, I came. I heard music in the rustling of newspapers in the street, and a symphony in the sound of dripping water. Every squeaky door or leaky faucet had its song to sing. I even heard music in the dice games on the corner. I ran wild and free like the doo-wops and mambos, kaiso, calypso, boleros, and gospel, bombas, sambas, blues, and jazz, sweet, uncontrollable melodies that were everywhere. Melodies that drowned the filth of city streets, but always left a place for me in the silence between their notes. And every time I thought I'd lose it, 'cause the racket was more than I could stand, Spirit said, listen, listen, listen for the rhythm. Listen, it's there, listen. All around you, there's music everywhere. Listen, find the rhythm, listen to the rhythm. And when you become that rhythm, you'll find that noise is only a lonely sound waiting, waiting, waiting for someone, someone who does more than just hear with their ears. Spirit said, listen, noise ain't nothing but a lonely sound waiting, waiting, impatiently waiting, looking for a friend. And I knew that I could be that friend, that wild and crazy friend who's not afraid to grab the stage and let the people know noise ain't nothing but a lonely sound waiting for a song to sing, waiting, impatiently waiting, searching for that somebody, somebody who'd listen long enough to make her want to sing. Someone like me, someone like you, someone that knew that noise ain't nothing but a sad and lonely sound, just another naked note looking for some clothes. Avacha. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that was beautiful.
Thank you, Miss Ward. Always beautiful. And yo, you're really starting to turn me onto a Vacha. Like, what a powerful piece. I love the other one that you did. I think it was last week or the week before. Like, and I love being able to be introduced to new poets, right, in this space. Even if they're not here, they're here through you. And so I appreciate that. Do you have another one for us?
No, because I just really just want to get to Paul, but thank you for offering.
Ah, all right, all right. So everyone, let's unmute and give it up for the beautiful Miss Diane Ward.
Diane, yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, that was wonderful.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah,
Just want to hear that voice going forever.
I know it just goes right in you, doesn't it? Just like a warm hug.
Yeah,
It is. It just sounds like a
a warm
warm hug.
hug. Oh, Mama, you nailed it with that one for sure. Yeah, so let's keep this thing rolling so we can get the skiff, and then we have a whole bunch of people on the second half of round one. So we're gonna move on to the next man who's co-hosting tonight. If my internet drops out, a open mind staple. I actually told him that it's myself, Catalyst, my wife, and Gustav is what really is the three core people of open minds. And I've actually been consulting him on different ideas and projects that we want to do with open minds. I've been keeping him in the loop on the things that we got moving through. And like, not only is he a great poet, but he's also a great friend. My wife and I talk to him at least 4 or 5 times a week. We're constantly calling each other and, oh, check out this and doing this. And I think I've done like 3 collabs with him. My wife's got collabs with him. He's done collabs with everyone. He's just such a powerful force in this community that we've built online. And so, yeah, Gustav, if you can unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, we would appreciate it.
And love it.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Hello, beloved poets, and happy Pride Month to everyone. I'll get right to it. This is the Kintsugi Suite, Part 1, The Breaking. I remain in this maze, lost without relief, in the grasp of grief. I'm blue, it's true. I've not gotten over losing you. When I first awaken, all seems fine, but then I remember your loss and mine. This discordant note sounds like scat jazz with no rhyme. It smells like the room where you died. That moment, my synapses fried, cauterizing the wound, but not healing this grief. I stand before you. I seek relief. Part 2, picking up the pieces. I am Humpty Dumpty put back together again. It took all the king's horses and all the king's men. Fragile eggshell sealed with gold. This is the greatest story ever told. I've become something to behold. Wisdom attained cannot be bought or sold. A magician wielding words like wands of power, getting stronger hour by hour. Watch my imagination flower. A flash of inspiration strikes the tower to fire this broken pottery that is all my own. Through this grief, I know I have grown. Part 3, the art of healing. Maybe I am dead, but you keep me alive. My only wish is for you to thrive. I gave my whole life for you. Don't waste that gift, you know it's true. Time is precious and I'm still within you. So don't cry, my love, or lose your cool. Let me take you to school like I did when you were young. Don't let your song go unsung. My death's a bell that can't be unrung. Feel the power in your heart, the voice from your tongue. Yes, maybe I am dead, but you keep me alive. My only wish for you is to thrive. And this is for my mom. And I did that poem based on prompts from Ray Jane's workshop for Cycles Poetry. Get with Art Defined. They're a great outfit. They do great workshops. Thank you very much, everybody. Happy
Thank you,
Pride.
Magus. Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Magus. And yeah, happy
you.
Pride Month.
Heck yeah.
Everyone unmute and give it up for Gustav.
Woo.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Puff, puff, poems, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that poem. That was beautiful.
So dope. So dope. All right, so let's keep this thing rolling. Coming up next, we've got Messiah Payne. Hey, it's so good to have you back here. I love all of your pieces. They're so like deep, man, and your vocabulary is phenomenal, man. And like the power you hold, like bless us with them words, brother. Bless us.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to do 2 poems, and they're both old, so I'll just get right into it. And the first one is called When Do I Begin as She Ends? Might I speak with abiding fortune about an importune loss of my love's dissolute fetter, upon an arch loneliness and aspirant togetherness torn apart, where it seems my being will truly begin? You will say, how foolish of you, knowing well her inscrutable disequilibrium, that you thought she was as impenetrable with you as love's eternal promise. And I will say, you are right. If only I had a heart that could claim the rarefied air of her capricious claims to being. If I'm being honest, I was fully present as she degraded and flew from me, a nymph succumbing to the numbing promise of yet another freedom in a place of solitude I could not dare reach. I have always been beholden to the scorn of love's harrowing character, and I admit have always been warned that in my desperate thirst for myself, love would but a dissipating dream become. And here I am again, a fool deigning by abstract desire to survive the ills of love's obtuse providence. For I see that in her departure, a keening deprivation separates voiding night from the new day's welcoming silence. It is an invitation to reflect, to touch again this inner life which I share with no one, with misfortune, not even her. She has left me wounded in a womb of yearnings, left a perforation in my dreams that startles me with the promise of love from a source I can only have faith in. For in that wound lies the entry point to a world without, a birth onto a shore from a dirge of sea where the depths are perilous. Yet I have braved those depths, and now I see life not on my feet, but on my knees, staring infinitely into an abyssal creation where I can only hope that myself waits with some distinction as I fall in, and where I might be found again, a little clearer, resonant still for love. And here's the second piece. It's called
Nice.
It's called Your Love Will Never Die. Her soul captures the essence of logos, patterns deep in incontrovertible grace, progressive steps of karma, a dance on the edge of new life. She is a divine scar, like serene beauty that drifts and defies with impunity your mortal desperation, as you become a pellucid dream of her return to you, her eyes of love penetrating your being from the immortal force of immemorial time. She is there in the movement of your passionate imagination, bound to the ethereal suggestion of her soul. In the universal dance between being and non-being, she lives in the center of life and death as a unity, but cannot serve to define what she is or what you are in the torrential delicacy of experience, where souls come together briefly and separate, only to reunite on the path that finds its end in the sublime ultimate of truth. What truth? How can you learn what she was and is to you, what you both were when existence was infantile, when the veil of being collapses to reveal the logos at its most expressive? Have a little faith. Here, when it becomes dark, for a moment you consider her. A moment later, your eyes open again in an entirely new life, and you haven't forgotten in your depths that she will be with you again. Rest easily for a time in the illusion of death, for your love will never die. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Yes,
Oldies but
thank you
goodies,
very
man.
much.
Like Messiah.
Woo!
Ooh,
Two classics, Messiah. Great
yeah,
work.
yo.
Amazing.
We got everyone booked up till August, and then we're gonna take a break from features during September, just so we don't have to worry about artwork, and we'll just do like the regular open mic for a month. But then we're coming back in October, and I'm trying to get Romark Thompson for October 6th. If you would like to feature in October, I would appreciate that, man.
Oh, absolutely. That would be wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna get back to you on the date because I don't know if Ron's gonna do the 6th. So it'll either be the October 6th or the following Friday after that in October. But yeah, man, I would love to. I'll be in contact with you about that. Yeah, everyone unmute and give it up for Messiah Paint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yes.
Yeah.
Incredible
Very
work.
good.
One of my
So
favorite
sad.
poets and a great friend.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so coming up next, we've got the incomparable, the intransigent, the Magus. You're making me laugh with that. We should do a Nemo feature. Right. We got Dee Allen coming up. This man did a feature for us the other what was it on May 12th. It was just amazing and mind-blowing. I've added you to the co-host so you can share screen. I'm so excited to see what you got for us. Like every piece you do is so powerful, and just my wife and I absolutely love you, man. Like go ahead and share screen, unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother.
I will. I want to start out my portion of the open mic by welcoming back Mattie baby.
Yeah.
And
Mattie.
welcoming back the philosophical one from New Orleans, Atlas.
Atlas, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Two new poems for tonight. This first poem, based on actual events and vehicles. This is called Clotilda. Mobile River, Tombigbee, and Alabama rivers in confluence held on to a rather ghastly secret, laying low on a thick, muddy flow, bed of seaweed under shimmering waves for generations. Recently reemerged, pieces of a crime scene no longer hidden under voluminous fresh water. Clotilda, trade schooner, transporter of 110 Dahomey slaves, rusted barnacle iron, bolts, nails, and spikes, fragments of wooden ship plank. clues to criminal activity, starting out as a bet between two Southern rich white men. They bet that slaves could be smuggled in before the law got wise. Shipping run, round trip, from Alabama to Dahomey and back. 5,143 miles either way to reduce the African to cargo. One more time. Hush, hush. Easy. Nighttime. Furtive swap between schooner and steamboat. Clotilda and Czar. Sunken before the floating evidence was burnt and sunken. Naked Yoruban, war captive human, freight deposited into swamp, sold to plantations. Gentlemen betters never jailed, never punished. Their crime dismissed by the law. Slavery, civil war both ended, but longing for home continued without cease. Yoruban survivors of the Clotilda's journey never owned boats, knew not the way back home across the wavy aquatic wild, with money saved from cotton plantation work. Land, lumber, nails, and mortar were bought. Buildings, houses, African traditions formed a community. Dahomey came back into their lives as Africa Town. And here's the sign to Africa Town, Alabama, real place. Made up of the survivors of the last American slave ship, Clotilda. And the last poem is also based on actual current events. This is called Weelani. Traditional Muskogee Chalagi land, then seized colonizers' war spoils, then slave plantation where planters' families' wealth was made, then city prison farm, sharecropping as a penalty. Slowly reverted to healthy green forest as it was in years of yore. Forces of entertainment and law enforcement have alternate visions for 350 wooded acres. Amuse the public with films of white knuckle action, train the new recruits for our repression, high-speed car chases, late-night drug raids, house-to-house searches, combative crowd control, more explosions than a Hollywood summer box office hit. Bullets fly replacing birds inside of an artificial city. The woods and their human guest, tragedy strikes both ways. Chainsaws ready to cut, bulldozers move to clear. The vision of 98% conflicts with this frightening future. Person of conscience was shot defending the forest of South Atlanta. State troopers' guns made that certain. Take out one forest protector, and many more will take their place. The forest belongs not to the movie industry. The forest belongs not to the police. Weelani belongs to itself. And that second poem was called Weelani, which means in the Muskogee language, green or brown or yellow river. Muskogee, what the Creek Indians call themselves. Chalagi, my ancestral tribe, what the Cherokee Indians call themselves, pronounced Chalagi. From this mic to your ears, I'm Dee Allen. Thanks for listening.
Oh, thank you.
Dee Allen, powerful pieces as always with
Wasn't
the
it?
visuals.
Yee,
too,
let's
man.
go. That was awesome.
Yeah,
Yo,
D.
Those were really
give it
good.
up for
Oh,
D.
that was hot,
Really
hot, hot,
good.
hot.
Hey, I like
Yeah.
how Principe pulled it out. He's like, deep.
I know.
That's what D
heavy.
stands for, man. He's just missing the P on it. He's deep with it, man. For sure.
I love how you lay it out on the page. It's really
Yeah.
beautiful done.
It's so good. It's like a work of art, man. Like with the words and just.
Thank you.
Love it, brother. Love it. So yeah, we're gonna go on to our last bit of open mic, and then we'll go into our feature, and then we'll continue on the open mic. So Suzanne, I believe it's your first time here at Open Minds Open Mic. I don't remember seeing you here before. I see a knee. Suzanne, are you here, Suzanne?
I think she said in the chat earlier that she was just here to listen.
Oh, she's just here to listen. Are you just here to listen, Suzanne, or you got some poetry for us? Are you just here to listen? Okay, so I'm gonna move around. So that means Baba Ngoma, you're actually up next then. If Suzanne's just here to listen. Let me rework this list here. We got CC just showed up too. Let's see here. Um, yeah, Ngoma, I believe it's your first time here at Open Minds. I've seen you at a few open mics, specifically New York, and everything I've
Yes,
ever heard from you is amazing. So I'm so glad that you were able to show up tonight and share some wisdom and share some words with us. So yeah,
thanks.
everybody
Welcome,
just do
welcome.
a favor,
I was coming on
unmute.
right this minute, so now I had to go figure out what to read. But
All right,
anyway,
well, you
I'm
got a few
ready.
moments because we all about to unmute ourselves for a moment and give a big open mind, open arms, open heart welcome to Baba Ngoma.
Yeah, welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Let's try this. It's called Situation Critical. So I'm standing on the corner of chaos and confusion, down the road a ways from peace and justice, on the edge of desperation, fed up on a daily diet of bullet-riddled black folk, scratching my head trying to figure out what we can do about the situation. 503C poverty pimp motherfuckers like Al Sharptongue and Jesse Jackass suddenly appear, trying to get paid for recycled speeches. They on the government payroll talking about we need to be peaceful and chant hands up, don't shoot, as young revolutionaries chase them away. And I want to know, how's that working for you? Meanwhile, the cops are armed to the teeth with all the military paraphernalia that the gun manufacturers couldn't push off on the military industrial complex. But it's not too complex to figure out. It's evident that we at war, and hands up, don't shoot just don't seem to be working anymore. Besides that, this is 2015, not 1964. So the Negroes ain't acting like colored people. Operation Plush and urban pleaders never did understand that we didn't need integration, but reparations and self-determination. Our ancestors didn't give their lives just to be able to piss in the same pots as white people. These days, white folk riot if they win or lose a football game, get arrested and go home the next day. We get stopped and frisked for breathing while black, and all the corporate-owned media motherfuckers can report on is whether or not Bruce Jenner is a woman or a man, like we really give a damn about his confusion. When most white folk are under some kind of illusion that this country is free or that we have democracy. It's like a tale of two cities, but it's a shame and a pity that these cops don't see us as human beings. Maybe we should stop paying their salaries since their job is to serve and protect. In reality, we need protection from them. Tired of standing on corners with cups begging with signs that say, raise the minimum wage. We need more than change. I think it's going to be a long, hot summer again. Here's this one is from well, that one too. No, that one wasn't. That was from one of the 3030s in 2013. This is from my new book. I didn't come here to tap dance. It's not a real long poem. It's called The Real America. The real America showed up and showed out. And we asked, where's the cop when you need one? It wasn't no secret that the Magus was coming. It was all on social media. Maybe the National Guard didn't come because the black female mayor called them. See where I'm going here? They showed up for Black Lives Matter, brought tanks on the avenue. But then again, who would have thought T-Rump would instigate a takeover? The question is, how many impeachments does it take to get rid of a lunatic? And what's taking so long? But then again, I hope you weren't surprised. After all, this is the real America, built on stolen Indian land and the backs of Africans. The whole damn thing is a lie, drunk on the blood of manifest destiny. So don't act like shit didn't always stink. Been funked up since Columbus got lost.
Yo, Baba. So dope, man. I love the title of that new book too.
That was
I ain't
real.
come
That
here
was
to tap
really
dance. Hey, go ahead and post a link to that book. Post your
Okay.
Instagram and all that. We want to hear more from you. We want to link up with you. We want to buy your book so we can read it and have it on deck. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for showing up tonight, man. We really appreciate you, brother.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna go into our feature now.
Hey, unmute for Baba.
Oh yeah. Unmute everybody
Yeah,
and give it up for
hey,
Baba.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Ngoma.
powerful.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Super.
That was awesome.
I just got here. Did I miss Paul, or are you just starting for the first round?
Yay!
See, that's why I do it this way. 5 people from the open mic and in the feature. Yeah, no, you made it just in time.
Sweet. Sweet.
We're gonna
I'll
go into the
switch
feature
over
now.
to another thing. I'm gonna finish eating in front of everyone.
All right.
All right, Paul.
Yes.
Let's move our minds. I'm ready.
Yeah, buddy. All right. So let me get this man introduced. Paul Skiff is a writer, artist, performer, and producer of cultural events who lives in New York City. He has been presenting his work live since 1980. That's 4 years before I was even born. You've been doing it, man. His work is published in Aloud, Voices from the New Yorkers Poets Cafe, the American Book Award-winning anthology published in 1994. He co-produced and created the sound design for the New Yorker Symphony, an historic digital anthology of spoken word poetry released on CD in 1994. The New York Poetry Calendar remarked, "He has been instrumental in the spoken word art form." And I can honestly tell y'all that this man blows my mind every time I hear him. So let's all unmute for a moment and give it up for the man of the night, Paul
Yeah.
Skiff.
Yes.
Yeah. Psyched for this.
Can't wait.
Woo. Hanging on every syllable. Let's go.
Oh my God. Thanks, Thomas. Thanks everybody for coming here tonight. I couldn't be in a more amazing crowd of people here tonight. So it certainly is a huge boost for me. I did come here to get out of control in no uncertain terms. I'm gonna just be all over the place with forms and content. But I think you'll come away understanding why publishers and editors and the like have kind of shied away from me. So a lot of the work is going to be pretty stark and emotionally aggressive. I think everybody here understands, for me, the 2 words poetry reading are synonymous with trigger warning. So if you are sensitive to anything at all, you probably don't want to be here. Don't want to go out on at length for an intro, just want to get into this. I do think I'll run somewhere between 20 and 40 minutes, and I'm going to try and share a couple of sound files. And so between pieces, I'm going to be shuffling around on this computer, trying to bring up pages and stuff. So there'll be some gaps between pieces. So I'm going to try and share this sound file. Don't know how it
So
Well,
meaning in between pieces we can all unmute and shout and hoot and holler while he pulls up his next poem. Just keep that in mind.
so I don't know, I know people may be listening on earbuds, headphones, straight out of a computer or a phone. So you may have to play with your volume slider on this. So give me about 30 seconds to get this up and going here. Next, let's see, gonna read some excerpts from a manuscript I'm working on. And these first few things, sort of neighborhood-based stuff here. At dawn, Venus passes before the sun, seen from vast distance at Avenue C. Once in 100 years shadow, coughed by microscopic permanence, swallowed in outer space on surface of time, primordial traverse, black cat crosses the avenue. Chance, mortal interval. Comprehension aspires to span the void. Silent, immense motion, what may be understood from being within sight, now lifted away from everything earthly, yearning, tantalized sense, be calmed in hush from the galaxy. Morning orbits upon Avenue C. The next piece is a little longer. It's a kind of piece of writing years ago people used to refer to as a kind of interior landscape, because the poet's kind of wandering through their own mind, their own sensibilities, and kind of ruminating on a lot of different things going on around them. And it kind of was sparked off by a local tradition in Loisaida. Bury dead fish at my roots, kiss yourself goodbye, held in dispute between sky and ground, body, small opening of life tracked by loss to where? There is a card placed in doorway of my building with written request for me to say a prayer for a father born on the 3rd floor in 1931 who has now died. Anna Marie, the card says. Anna Marie is blue ink, but all color I know travels my eye before sleep or circles of hunger we raise over the doorway upon a grave, so the tone of our voice climbs high on last words in the room where an old man was born. I pray like your grandmother must have as you became more possible. Anna Marie, the prayer of being called open by ripeness one holds within while shivering naked on a mattress. A child will not live as long in the city as though speech stops. Life promises lost continuity. The season is autumn, but there is a butterfly on the subway express uptown. Red wings inflate all station noise until it pops airless. Train cars splattered with dizzy purpose gone against brutal foreground, where down frozen porcelain gullet, transparent tongue of blood drains from ripped scrap of paper and toilet. But a flutter in blood, which is silent, which is distant. Do I jitter of anticipation or finality? Should I leave or wait? Who wrote that name? Anna Marie. When two forevers compete, wired up like a shotgun to side of my head, what is saying claim to shot out soul, anonymity, commemoration, oblivion, sudden departure, a yet to be? We all live in space between two doors where soul is not something had. Nothing is more easy to lose than meaning. Being lost in a moment is to hurry away from now, resuscitate inner copies of airless shout from your interior self, become labyrinth for ineffective sounds of freedom that cannot postpone indecision with little tricks for you to do. Quote time limit, give promise, withhold greetings, avoid eyes. Being lost to yourself is to invent patience for the 1 second that dispossesses, confident and capable of being obscured with hesitation or shone upon by bereavement like a turning point in your innocence. The patience trained by long rains, patience studied by the scar that folds and refolds itself, patience that sets jar of funeral flowers on top mailboxes in still entryway of the building for whosoever to scatter to their rooms, where the blossoms are coaxed by heat from bare light bulb, wait with butter to be put away or rest on a table next to new bread. What lingers in eternity besides hunger and departure? Anna Marie must know. She can patch this gap of life amounting to 66 years with a small jar of flowers to limber up the sedative of hollow, faraway memory dance where she has left her father's name. Close outside my door, what arrives or departs is often determined by a layer of bureaucrats who live in my food, wear my house, and eat my clothing. I could hear more truths if I put my ear up to the tailpipe of a taxi cab, but in the doorway with Anna Marie's writing, flowers left for her father, glass jar and its water, I know the party I am dealing with, though I will not come back from the comfort among the severed where my comfort resides. And I often scrounge through ruins of my body for what remains of myself. And though I have said my own farewells, smell of flowers, some colors on a card, curves of lines of words, they shape an absence in an unknown name across my face, now transfixed by a memory I will bury myself with each step I take up to the 5th floor.
Wow. See, this is why I really wanted to feature you, was to hear
Yeah,
these
I
deeper
can see
pieces
why.
and like, yeah,
That was
man.
beautiful.
Transcendent of an ode, you know, it's honoring, 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 and then critical and critical and critical and questioning and then including yourself. And damn, Paul, you don't stop. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Let's continue. Thank you so much. So, you know, that this next thing is short, motivated by notoriously true circumstance in the neighborhood a couple decades ago. Has a title, The Mayor versus Humanity. Across lens of the sniper's scope, under shadow of the helicopter, through fumes from exhaust pipe of their tank, over sidewalk lined with helmeted goons. I go to buy bread and water. Let the men who operate this city like it was a factory for hate deny the truth of my need. I will force them to witness and recognize the hunger for dignity and reason. Next one is just a kind of slice of life. Get up to it here. It's a few pages further in this manuscript. That first recording, the beatboxing and vocal electrics, was by the late Terry Kid Lucky Lewis, who I collaborated with for over 30 years, and he's really responsible for opening up my work and my creativity. We would just get together at least once a week and just play around improvising. He was a master improviser. He learned a lot of improvising from a jazz improviser named Sabir Mateen, who was a resident of the neighborhood. This is just another slice of life here. Tonight out on the sidewalk of 11th and B, cheese side down, wallowing in its own juices, is a plus-size slice of pizza, turning each tongue into a headless doll. Across these decapitated tongues, flavor is making hand shadows from deep in belly of blind man who whistles famished melody down the hallway. I have been sent out for Tylenol and raw oats. I will whistle just to cope with how earlier Gina spent an hour throwing water and greens up out her throat with deep eruptions. Her voice a clog, I limbless in the rumble and spew, complicated knot, helplessness, my loose ends confused by cat-torn, distorted emptying, cat jumping badness on top refrigerator, swats Valentine heart dangled on string stuck in door handle, the cat who peels lips over moonwhite teeth to gnaw a crucifix, and in the next apartment, someone saws the toothily buzzing rips will not let me decide whether I am or am not being put together into being glad Gina has come home from a job she has this week, cooking dinners of fresh carrot and broccoli pasta for 2 hybrid celebrity dogs, smaller than chickens, who live on the 13th floor of a high-rise building whose living room they get to use as toilet while their lingerie designer master is in the Yucatan taking obedience classes. Dizzied by this inverted priority, I am thinking, like an inclination to this meal of disorder, there is sometimes an appetite for the upside down, just like I know tonight, out on 11th and B, someone will peel that luxurious slice of pizza up off the sidewalk and cram it into their mouth. Moving over to one more.
Oh, dope. So dope, man.
One more slice. See if I can bring this up. This is more recent. Neighborhood confection, again, kind of interior landscape. Balsamo Loisida. For conflicted, stumbling, injurious days, Loisida streets concoct curative moments, coax antidote smile upon downcast face as anonymous whim of balance, tickle balm from oblivion. Smile and street formulate no plan, our involuntary junction, a when where idle time drifts, delinquent, untouchable chance, which has no possessor but decides without thought, spontaneous. As body recognizes equilibrium when portions tantalize gravity, so weight becomes maybe it will not, when maybe it will. This fateful tug and teeter is how street becomes curative with tip into uncertainty, a startle, this raucous switch where all hurt is occupied by distraction, loses grip. The last summer firefly, exhausted, bumbles low in purple park dust, supernatural spark, throb of light actually alive, both fragile and menacingly impossible, like adolescent sunflower sprung up between cracked pavement. Its ambition to thrive is joy twist, juicy with proliferating stoic madness. Juxtaposes wild rhetoric of why not upon how vulnerable human certainty is when what is seen beats belief into the mind. Jostled by a permanence bluff, bleakness of the corner now floats away as a lost balloon, whose choice of direction ascends on same randomness that ignited neighborhood prophets transition off this world, departure scorch, leaving on street her ardor of freshly painted mural, celebratory homage for prophet's exemplary refusal of prosperity, her choice to live life as a poet, kneeling at Loisida's hems, a reverence you could only understand as how July thunderstorm draws a person up to the roof, hallowed witness of a force that can sweep us away. Lightning flash, eyes of the prophet, still wet paint on walls, red bricks, sear vision with a rival at permanence she planted to root in the hearts of all of us who listened. We are on Revelation's triangle. That wall is now also metaphysical and on an orbit as a tattoo, a third eye inked into shape of planet Saturn, suddenly touchable, rescued from unhuman distance by solar spirit. He who knows, having that tattoo between his eyes, was a place like this. Never was it a place for him to be here among us. In our vast misrecognition, what other streets but Loisida's would shelter and cherish the planet Saturn to be balanced upon them in the flesh? Before found, balance is piragua, a raspao, shaved ice in August sun, only here for a wavering moment. Shaved ice whose nemesis, dry patch on back of your tongue, is path over which smile is licked into arrival as chance will be, like chance, with no plan, and easily invoked by the day neighbors made effigies personifying their happiness, then led a mirth parade to their chance, the 5-minute lifespan of a shaved ice. Balance cannot be thought up. Only the body can locate balance. Your toes, your spine are more wise than your brain when it comes to balance. Falling hard is a possible future that has always led you to balance. It arrives like smiles happen by chance. Chance is where all smiles come from, and the street here bulges with chance. It is totalmente llenado con oportunidad. The street here bulges with chance. So inhabit balance like a place. Then follow this street to your smile.
Wow. Oh, I want to hear more, but can we just pause for a moment?
Awesome.
Yo, I need someone to help me explain this. Elemental, Messiah, maybe one of y'all can help me explain this. That his rhyme structure, his storytelling, and word choice, and the imagery he paints is like phenomenal, man. Like it's just like how Messiah, I see you unmute yourself, man. Like help me describe that. Like, cause I listen to so much rap music and poetry and all this, but like the pacing, the rhythm, the rhyme structure, the word choice is like something else, man. Like you, Paul, that shit was amazing.
Thank you. I aim to please. I
You
came
sure
here
did, man.
to hang with a bunch of extremists, which enlivens my heart and my soul. And I know this is the place where I can, like I said, I came here to get out of control. You can
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
so you can understand why editors and all those people, they will choose somebody before me any day. So
Well, we
that's
choose you,
We
brother.
thank you and
Yeah,
choose
we
you.
choose you, Skiff, man.
We're very privileged. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
I love, and if I could say this, is that Paul, what he gives us, I think, is that he's not here to appease anyone. He's here to
Yeah.
make and leave art on the world, and it's uncompromised. And I think everything you asked, I think falls under that. That's just my personal receive.
Yeah,
And
I feel that
to,
too,
there's
man.
another artist out there that's not trying to, like me, follow me. It's just that this is
Yeah.
my
This is my soul. This is what I do. This is
yeah,
my
yeah.
craft.
These are
Like,
my footprints. I'm here. I'm gone. These are my footprints, and
yeah.
so I really appreciate you, Paul.
Hey, I'm
thank
so glad that you're doing this here at Open Minds, man. Because, like you said, we have a wonderful crowd of just amazing poets that all, want to share and build this community and learn from each other and enjoy great poetry, you know.
Well,
It's
Thomas, I have no trouble coming to a place called Open Minds. That's just like a
yeah,
big
that's
open door to me. So
yeah. And I think
yeah,
we've cultivated a good community around that name, and I strategically chose that name because I wanted to bring, the more open mind, the more free of thought, the more, non-judgmental people that really want to make a change in the world with poetry, that have things to say. And yeah, man, I'm enjoying this feature. I don't want to take up too much more time. I want to let you continue. We want to squeeze every bit of word we can out of you. Yeah.
okay. Yeah, thanks. Gonna try and go for another sound file here in a second. And I had planned to try and do more longer pieces than shorter pieces because, if you don't have a 3-minute time limit, why just do 3-minute poems?
See, that's why I like about doing the features too, because you couldn't read that last one over at New York. You don't have the time limit for it. So it's like
Yeah,
when you
well,
got your feature, take as much time as you want. It's your night. Like read us a 20-minute sonnet if you want. Like
you, you will get it. So, let's see. Okay, I'm going to go into a little more more emotionally aggressive zone. So again, if you're not into it, time to mute out. I think there's some material coming up that some people would consider kind of vulgar too. But I'm going to try and do this sound file. It's in a different kind of destination than the first one, so it might be a little more trickier. So give me about 30 seconds to try and get this up.
as he's pulling it up, everybody, real quick before he continues, give Paul Skiff a big hoot hollering. What the?
Woo! Yeah.
Yeah. Woo!
Mind blowing.
Yay!
Strong with this one.
For sure, man. The Jedi Master.
Let's see. Get to this sound archive. Now you get a preview of all my files. Step 1. Step 2. All right. You might have to play with your sound sliders on this too. Let's see if I can get this to play. There'll be a pause here before the file loads up. Oh, having a trouble here. I'm going to try and load that over again. Sorry about that.
No problem, man. Take your time. And welcome, Frogg Corpse. You missed the first half of the feature, which was insane, but he's got some more coming for us, and I've added you to the open mic list there at the end. So stick around, man. We still got a wonderful night of poetry coming.
This has a little bit of a long lead. So, sit back, relax, have your favorite beverage, puff on your favorite strain, close your eyes.
So, as we're waiting on him to pull that up, I just want to do some open minds announcements so there's no dead air. And just let y'all know that next Friday we have Ed Potastic featuring. The Friday after that we have Chanson. The Friday after that we have Miss Diane Ward over here featuring. Then Elemental. I know he just featured back in April, but I was like, man, for my birthday, can you do another feature? I know you got plenty of poems. You're always hosting. You never get to spit. Like, we want more. And then everyone in the room agreed with me. So he agreed as well. So June 30th, we'll have Elemental featuring again. And then my boy Atlas is gonna start us off in July. He's gonna be featuring July 7th, so I'm excited about that. And then Whisper Poet, she's gonna be on the 14th. I don't think Whisper made it tonight, did she? No, but she'll be featuring on the 14th. Then we have Oksana on July 21st. Zamkanto is finally gonna feature for us here. I've been trying to get him. He's just been such a busy man. I had to book him way in advance, but Zamkanto is gonna come through July 28th. And then we got Dan Eanes. Dane Eanes, I mean not Dan. Dane Eanes. We got him August 4th. And then August 11th, we have Ray Jane featuring the host of the Thursday New Eurekan open mic. She's going to feature for us August 11th. Then we have Nick Paleologos, August 18th. And then to end off August, Phynne Belle is going to feature for us. So we've got a pretty dope lineup coming up. And we're going to take a break in September and then come back with some features like Messiah and RMT and all that on October. So y'all look forward to that.
You're coming in so clear. What camera are you using?
Am I coming in clear? It's so funny because my internet's been crazy all day. It's the same one I've always used.
What
My
is
internet's
it?
been
What
bad all
camera
day,
is it?
so I prayed for it's a Giga 2 megapixel camera that I got for like $20 on Amazon, dude.
You're coming through like full HD.
Yeah,
I can
that's
count
cool.
all your facial hairs.
Oh, that's cool. And I was so worried that tonight because our internet has been like messed up all day, and I prayed. I was like, please let me have good internet for this. This is gonna be like, I was looking forward to this feature, like, and so far, like, man, if I'm coming in crystal clear, that's amazing. Love it. Cool. It worked. All right, Paul, how you doing over there with them sound files?
Well, gonna give it one last try. Sorry about that.
No problem, man. We're here for you, buddy.
Okay. Sorry it took so long. And basic.
Hate to put you on blast, but you uploading any more from the archives from old shows?
So let me mention that too while I have a moment. Jessica has done now, I think, 50 videos or so. So we've gone back to the old shows. We started with the first shows that we ever recorded, and Jessica's gone out and cut just the poems out, and then created playlists for each person and labeled it with the poem, the name of the poem, and the date that it was on. And it's not even me like introducing you. It's just the poem. So on your playlist, it'll just be you reading the poetry. I think she cut off the reactions too and just have just the poetry. And then we're gonna have the full show still available. We're gonna do the full features. But yeah, everyone has a playlist, and she's been working hard. She's been getting like 1 or 2 a day done, and so we should be able to be caught up in about a month. We're gonna upload everything, set everything up, make it all dope, and then launch it and make a big post about it and put everything from private to live and be like, check it out now. Like everyone's got their so yeah.
I
Very
think I'm
excited.
set.
She's working hard. All right, cool. Let's do this, Paul.
Well, hopefully cross your fingers.
Yo,
Thank
Skiff.
you. That was awesome.
Everyone,
Oh my
you
gosh.
like.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, fantastic.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
Dude, at one point my headphones glitched out. I had to turn them off and back on
Yeah,
again.
yay!
Like you played like some sort of resonant frequency was on it to where it glitched my headphones. I had to turn them off and on again to hear it. It was like what the yeah, that was dope, man. That was dope.
It's
Thanks.
beautiful work.
Props to my great good friend and tormentor, the late great Babatunde Olatunji, through whom the djembe drum came. And I was doing with that drum just what he intended me to be doing with it. So I
Oh,
got
that was awesome, man. He did the right thing.
Yeah, I had a smile for that. And also to Professor Akinsola Akiwowo for schooling me on some of the cultural stance to take, and Chief Kola Abiola and Olufa, who clued me into the Din Logan traditional divination system, which I continue to find inspiring. I'm just going to do two more things. I'm really sorry about the glitch with trying to get that file up. So I know
It was worth the wait for sure.
it took a long time. So I'd like to just end with a couple of things that got cooked up like last week. So let me get that in front of me. And then I want to hear everybody else. There's so many great people here. This again, another interior landscape, something that went on recently. The title is Harbinger on the Block. Emotionally deformed with arboricidal ambition, warped, corroded, person who ripped the locust tree's bark off entire circumference of the breathing life form, desultory atrocity, forced the city authority to amputate the maimed provider of enjoyment and comfort, thieved shade from neighborhood's charm, severed wonder of upward glances, 30 years of inches that climbed sunshine as living wood now measure instead pointless necrophilic malice, a length of numb willpower blistered with stupidity, testosterone gorged. Sky today vacant next to my 5th floor window where before Vegicide. Springtime squadrons of black and yellow velvet bumblebee swarmed, thrums of polyamorous flight bobbed in among locusts' cones of white blossoms that sweetened air in my room with heavy, ripe, syrupy aroma dripping deep into nostrils, nature's dusky confection. The locust flower petals would lay as amorphous street sheet white floral skin translucent upon damp sidewalk after brooding spring rains. These beauties, vivacious riches of creation now snuffed by some vague hole in human unfeeling. Live green curtain subtracted, thanks to the predatory nature mutilator. Occupants on top floor of building number 248 across the street now directly see into my room, so I must hang a shirt on window frame, compensatory signal of memorial lament. Otherwise, those unwilling witnesses across the street will know I smoke spliffs like they are a chillum, and my sex partner desires yellow shimmering length of pure raw silk to be slowly sawed upon their blood-swollen, ecstatically induced launching pad. The tree killer stripped naked, my private pleasures also. Where? Does soul of a mutilated, murdered tree reside after death? What does it see? Does it linger in consciousness of each forlorn resident on the block to haunt as phantom sidewalk appendage, lurking inexact sense of absence, queasy feeling, something familiar is gone, memory, blank spot, casualty of perpetual civic animosity, bark stripping, one more crazyopolis pathology in city's innate trait for eradicating the natural world, stultifying act of aggressive mindlessness, like the person who permitted their pet dog to defecate on the stairway third floor landing has stunted misanthropic spirit and conscience more deadened than crack addicts who infested the ground floor 30 years ago. Today's prosperity rebirths this petty nihilistic twist as devolutionary pivot backward into vulgar birthright of demented nonchalant depravity. Dog crap on the stairway, one more conceited, thoughtless claim of ersatz quasi-royal privilege displayed as ornamental status symbol like an excremental $20,000 wristwatch defining surplus waste value exponentially inflated the building anally accessorized by having pet canine proxy author the display of conspicuous bile. May I have your dog's autograph and recommendation for best 5-star hotel in the Côte d'Azur or Saint-Tropez? Like a kind of ill planetary alignment whose harsh, malevolent cosmic influence warps your life into sanctuary for another person's parasitic disorder, has a secret menace legitimized as part of city's abusive repertoire, joining gauges discreetly affixed to the building's face that predict how soon the damaged, enfeebled tenement's edifice will topple, cave in, or fall over. Those gauges can only be deciphered by the phantom surveyor dispatched from the city Bureau of Do Not Let Anyone Know, who spontaneously materializes and vanishes in pre-dawn hours as illogic of authoritarian non-responsibility reserves a body bag for each oblivious innocent tenant, and the mayor's pre-prepared anticipatory infrastructure collapse news conference script is a fill-in-the-blank template filed in the cloud drive under the heading performative sound bites of remorse. Why does the political economy of sheer nonsensical idiocy nourish amoral pride so the 6 medications that embalm Gina Lolo Brigida, the neighbor's chihuahua, preserve, prolong, protect, and zombify the master's reign of ownership, not unlike those doomsday gauges affixed to the building's face, enshrine the landlord's mosquito-like capitalist imperative, a kind of monetary guffaw echoing into sewers of sacred profit motive, flushes statistical probability of mortality and collateral damage deaths down the tax write-off loophole sluice like a punchline delivered by vapid churn of media cleanse, conspiratorial, civic failure opera, jockeys for market share of lethal profit, derived from monetizable consumer vulnerability, but is based on miscalculated dollar per death return on investment, like a 2-for-1 sale at the cannabis store. For God, bliss is free for the vibing on, but denial of life's sacredness is what double-edged profit motive hoodwinks the state's tax horny bureaucrats with. Ruthless pursuit of sanctified market share would not feel worthlessly bizarre if the money-grubbing public servants could pull their own hands out of their personal net worth pants for one whole fiscal quarter to feel instead their moral integrity erased by a procedural irrationality. Government as a sense of nonsense stories where ill-gotten enrichment, brute gratification, and squeak of non-accountability rhyme with righteousness, banal obscenity that punctuates our everyday life here on the tree-robbed street. It's a poor impulse control, is why, you locust tree murderer, you are the smile Franz Kafka wore at the top of the Ferris wheel where no one would ever know he did. Your vegicidal fate to become faceless crime statistic ensures instead of transformation by perverted catharsis, all that is left of you is a number passed through an informatic lower intestine that makes a machine behave properly in the bowels of the police precinct. To you, arboricidal, neighborhood violating locust murderer who stole our shade and sent it to Malice land, I say, may the sickness in your head be taken to heaven. May you not get choked to death on the subway by an ex-Marine indoctrinated with surplus honorably discharged lethality the next time you act out your misplaced matricidal emotional fugue. Enforced uneasy grace of non-elective neighborliness through being unwitting cast members at opposite ends of this misbegotten episode authored by a forgettable downstream effect clogging the dysfunctional urban antagonism sphere. Maybe, tree murderer, we will have the same dream, and I will see you there, clothed with all the now homeless creatures that once thrived on your helpless victim. Then do not fret at the arachnid eyeing the pathway to your eardrum. That spider on your shoulder is a vengefully beneficent sign of blessing. Do not criticize me too harshly for imagining height the snuffed locust tree would have achieved next spring. To measure beautiful things is a human instinct. To find a sanctuary in your soul, I ask you now, have not more lush flowers, aromatic balm, cool shade, whispers of wind through high branches, visual grace, organic balance, and life affirming growth becomes subtracted from its promise. What would have the part of the world at the end of this street been like next year? As the poet Ngoma said, pardon me for not being optimistic. I identify with that request for permission, which also is respectful apology and advisory. So you will have a moment now to gather your reflectiveness for when I ask, what is the unsubtle implication of this malicious act? Why are we so bewildered in the never-ending human condition of self-inflicted loss where, lamenting a violently murdered tree, we are stuck having to count how far we have to grow all over again. Post-poem script. Locust tree, I honor you with this, your afterlife, the story I tell of your murder that now lives in the hearts of the listeners I plant your life within. The murderer who gave you glory, your absence is their debt to all of time. Each tug upon your bark, an inch further into your hereafter, your death committed at night is no longer unseen, but now witnessed in this listenership, your absence upon this earth, a piece within our continuous, this massive, horribly bloated, misshapen, and indulgent poem that came upon me by the shames of a humanity not evolved past frivolities of their blind, malicious pride. That vile seed within their collective soul that would without heart kill beauty promise of a defenseless tree is what plants and cultivates instead the never-ending forest of their own self-same murdered dead.
Wow. That was fucking epic, man.
I think that's enough for me. I really, sorry I took so much time, but thank you so much
Dude,
for
we
your
enjoyed every
generous.
minute. Like I told you it's the artist night. Like we're here to see you, brother, and you came through. Like that was dope, man. Like I really appreciated that
Yeah,
whole
thank you
trip.
for your time, Paul. Thank you for your words. Worth every minute of it. Yeah.
Everybody unmute and
Just don't stop being who and what you are, Paul. Just keep Bill, man.
I need a ticket to the skiff first.
Cabs.
The door is open, eh? Come on in.
Straight ahead, Paul. Straight ahead.
Amazing set. I really loved the pieces you did with the beat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. I'd get an album of that, definitely. If you put
Well,
together
check
an
it out.
album, I
Yeah,
would definitely buy it.
he's got them streaming on his website, I believe, right, Paul?
Yeah, you can hear some of those on paulskiff.com under the audio tab. And I actually do have some soundtracks you can stream off iMusic and what's the other one? The other big one that every recording artist hates. But they're there for pennies. Spotify.
Cool.
Yeah, that's it. Spotify.
I had to say it quietly too. I didn't even want to say it that loud. I was like,
But thanks
I
again,
knew it,
everybody,
maybe
for
like
your
that.
generous listenership. It was I did feel called to respond to your interest and enjoying the work such as it is. And I do have other work that's a little more uplifting, but like I said, I came here to get out of control.
yeah. And you did, brother. Hey, we appreciate it so much. Yeah.
There
So we're
are
gonna go.
a few poets that you come across that are not just poets. Like there are comedians like George Carlin and Bill Hicks were comedians, but they were prophets. Like they weren't just comedians. There was a message that had to get out and people had to hear it. And Paul, you're one of those poets who you are a prophet. You are a poet, but you are also a prophet. And there are a few of you in this room, and it's thank you for gracing us with your grace. That's all.
Yeah, just stay the course. When in each and every one of us, we should not compromise for likes and follows and whatever that meant in the future, now or the past. Just stay true to what your soul's here to do. You know, Baba's doing his work, you know, earlier, the same thing. It's Elemental's coming back because he's got a lot of bleeding to do, but he's got work to do on the other end, promote, and you're doing what you do. And we're not for sale, you know, we got a job to do. And, you know, I first time I heard Paul, I said, he kicked this piece and he launched just him and it's coming later on. If I could say this, the word show is still, I still wish I had more time, but Paul's on this podcast thing and he's a major part of the inspiration. He kicked the piece and I said, I haven't heard anything like that since who blew up America? Somebody blew up America. After, man, that's a piece. And it's just, you have something that's, I don't care what style you're in or what the voice is or what it sounds like or who you're familiar with. Just Paul you're your own mark. And that's a hard thing to do, you know, and just you know,
and even with the camera and the shadow angle he gets on with his background when he's in his poem, and he has the lighting and shading just right to where he's like half faded in as he's performing, and it's like it's just such a visceral performance, and just like I said, the way that the words you choose and the way that you choose to rhyme them together is you paint a beautiful picture, complex and so full of truth. And like Prof said, man, like there's prophets, and you, sir, seem to be one of them for sure. So I feel blessed that you came out here to do this for tonight. And yeah, thanks, man. If anyone else wants to say anything or a Q&A, if you want to ask him any questions,
Yeah, you know,
we'll go ahead.
we have to realize that culture is a weapon, and like it or not,
Straight up.
like it or not, we're at war, and we use our words to fight, because what we have to do is to raise consciousness, and by giving people information that you can't get anywhere else, you know, it raises their consciousness, and then they make other choices. So we have a job to do. We really have much work to do.
Straight up.
Straight up, yeah.
Straight up. You know, for me, Ngoma, it's just so, you know, I've said it in the past, for me, a big thing I was drawn to the word for was its healing medicinal property, but also to be able to call out and name those powers that try to get us to think less of ourselves and not be able to be fully alive and challenge our very existence and don't want us to even be, you know, present anywhere. It's a form of protection for me. It always has been. I started out life and I'm finishing life as a person who's not of great physical stature. And I learned very early on as a small child, the way I could protect myself was by using the word.
I hear you.
And you know, and we need to not invade each other's gift with our importance versus theirs. There's no one here in this room that is more important than another person spilling their own soul's worth, whether it's their first poem or Paul just mentioning that he's already going to sunset his truth the way it was born. So, you know, that's a really important thing, because, you know, any one of us that gets lifted up, you know, like Zumkondo is a gift to us all. And when he speaks, it's like, you don't got to compete with that. Let him, you don't have to be your twin sister.
No, we're all
be your
one
twin
family,
brother.
man. We all have our own perspective, our own
Yeah, it's
angle on
really,
things, and
it's
we all
really
bring it
important when we
together in
love
some
each
beautiful
other, not
ways,
to
yeah.
lift each other over our heads
Yes,
and
we all
over
go
the
together,
you.
Ubuntu. We all
Yeah,
bring each other up
yeah.
in one. Rising waters rises all ships, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody has a job to do, so you just got to figure out
Yes.
what your job is and do it.
My job is to hopefully facilitate a wonderful space for these amazing poets every
Yeah.
Friday, and
Love
have people
it,
like
not
Paul
to be
come through and
beaten.
shit, you know? Yeah.
You don't
All
win,
right.
you don't win.
So,
Seem to be doing a good
yeah,
job.
let's
Sally's poets.
yeah.
You know how many
Yeah, so
artists die unknown? You know, in my 30, I said, you know, most artists die unknown, and fuck, man, I'm on a path that I'm not going to give up. I mean, If I could only afford poverty is one of my favorite lines.
Right. All right, so yo, we're gonna keep this thing moving though, because we got a big list still to go through, and I know everybody wants to hear each other, and we might even get a little encore out of Skip at the end. We don't know. We'll see.
Ooh, yeah, encore. That's a
So
definite.
coming up
I'm
next,
voting on.
all right, coming up next, we got Jeff Taylor. So if you can unmute yourself and bless us with some words. He's from the Garage Poets. Cool dude, man. I'm so glad to see you back here at Open Minds. Bless us with some words, brother.
Hey, great to be back. Thanks. Yeah, just gonna do a shorter one here, just with time in mind. This one's called "My Dog's Name Is Not America." My dog's name is not America, but he did climb on a table he couldn't get down from. Now he knows everything smells the same since the engine started, spreading the scraps in a way it looks like he'll come away clean till a good wind hits, and suddenly I'm wearing a shiny green suit at a funeral. I don't think I'm dead, but this isn't living. Thanks.
Yo, that was dope. I don't think I'm dead, but this isn't living. Everybody on mute for a minute. Give it up for Jeff
All
Taylor.
right, Jeff. Also another man on a long haul,
Yeah.
30, 40 years or whatever.
Thanks.
Definitely.
That was
Alright,
good.
so
Made me think of that if you win the golf tournament, you're fucking dead. The Green Jacket. Was that about the guy?
I'm
just
working right now.
Brothers
That's why I
Memorial.
got this. I'm working. This is my work shirt.
all right, yeah, so coming up next, we got Shockie G. Shockie G,
All
if you
right.
can unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we'd appreciate it.
All right. I'm sorry to read and leave, but I do have to leave after this, but I will come back if I can. I'm going to read someone else's work. You guys will know who it is. I'm going to start out. I'm going to do a micro triptych, and that is a three thematically micro poems put together. I messed it up. All right, here's the poem. Reborn. The garbage phoenix rummages through the charred remains of previous selves, looking for bits and scraps to save. The hospital called today, but the phone didn't ring. I felt an echo of the echo in the shower on the second floor, where I felt strangely safe. I heard the song in the hot air of the courtyard, while we, the committed, walked round and round and round. My heart is held together with plaster, tape, and wire, bound by little bits of hope. If you listen closely, you can still hear it beating. Thank you. And that was Nemo, obviously. All right. Thank you.
That was dope. Yeah.
Thank you, Shockie.
Big shout outs to Nemo too.
Amazing read.
All right, coming up next, we've got the lovely Phynne Belle, who wants to go see Little Mermaid with Terry. So before you go running off to go see Little Mermaid, can you bless us with some words, sister?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. I wanted to cover a poem by Michael Torres. It's called Writing Prompt. Imagine you're an astronaut stuck in outer space, and it's just you, only you. What would you write about? What do you see outside your spaceship windshield? What do you miss? Who is your brother now, all those miles down? Where's West? What would you have brought had you known you would be out here, maybe forever, all by yourself? What about regret? What if there are whole days where you don't think of your hands? How closely related is loneliness to remembrance? When you let yourself think about it, do the stars feel heavier now? Is there truly anything you would do over, knowing everything you know now? If regret was a type of animal, any animal, what song would it sing in you? Outside are all these tiny windows you can't look through. Do you miss having a sky to throw wishes against? What did it look like last? Describe the blue. What phrases do you miss people saying? By people, I mean, write about something small, but with great detail, about everyone you love. What blurs then builds a forest inside you? Is that too specific? Pretend it's summer again and that you're the fire for it. Would it even be worth writing about? Would you by now, meaning in outer space, and very much alone, want to replay the moments of your life you wished had gone differently? Or have you gotten over it already? What stages are we in? Is being stuck in space like dying and not getting to ghost visit your own funeral? Which is the first moment you'd go back to in order to change it? By it, I mean where the regret sprang from. Would you feel bad about the rippling? Is worry just a wider room? There's always a box in which regret will fit. After you tape it shut, describe the sound. Describe the blue. Thank you.
Oh, that's lovely. Thanks.
And thank you for that. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Unmute and give it up for Phynne Belle, everyone.
Yeah.
Jesus, Phynne.
Okay.
That was awesome.
Beautiful.
Ooh.
I always love a cover. That was a great cover.
Fantastic. All right, so coming up next, we got Daniel Fernandez, and he's got his book up there in his background, Emotional Defibrillator. I recommend y'all go out and buy that. This man, you know, he's an up and coming poet who's learned so much from all of us, from all the open mics he goes to. I'm really looking forward to hearing what he got for tonight. Daniel, what's up, buddy? Unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother.
All right. So for today I have I'll perform a poem that I did last week on Monday, New Year. So this poem is called, I'm just gonna jump straight into it. It's called Navigating Through Time. Navigating through time with a compass like no other, not pointing north but to my heart for me to discover. Walking on asphalt being burnt from the heat of summer, oblivious to the world as ignorance shield pain in which one can't recover. I am unsure on where to go or what to do during chaos, like a grandfather clock just there with time itself lost, a fever dream of events I wouldn't dare to draw, on a blank sheet of paper scrambling on thoughts, in the middle of my apartment absorbing the memories, holding a box of books before I'd leave. I would have stayed if rent wasn't an issue. I lost a job and now drown in regret due to dues. My shoulder angels can't even agree, upset on life disrespecting me. A walking acronym attempting to breathe, being thrown into an ice crushing machine. A havoc scenery, boiling on a theory, stepping on fire involuntary, at the gates of hell weary, hugging pain when sleeping, stuck on my past like Sasuke and Paul Murphy, realizing, reminiscing over another life without anxiety, realizing that nothing changes but the misery, afraid of the other side, the true untold mystery. Curiosity kills now, so we grow illiterate respectfully. Sadly, my grandpa has been to the hospital recently. Plenty of times, actually. No one can find the reasoning. His hands are swollen and he moves with such agony. Needs help to move an inch. It's painful to see. Spoke to many doctors in many different towns. Explained and they couldn't figure it out. Did different tests and the results came back good somehow. We got recommended to different places as deja vu dances around. When I found out, it shocked me like an ignition coil. putting me in a place I'd rather cover up in soil. It upsets me that I can't heal the pain he's in. I trade feelings if I could, but that doesn't exist. Times are tough. There's no denying it. Everyone is on edge now, even the kids. We starve in a country of promise where money is the key to live. And if you don't have that, the government will laugh and take a piss, toss a brick, shouting, eat this, as we follow directions because we don't realize this shit. Yes, the stock market had me vexed, ruminating on what didn't happen, livid on the effect. I contradict myself as if I'm replying to an unwanted text. We all try our best, and yet no one shows respect, throwing me off like a relay attack, loyal with the strings completely intact. I reflect on the days I never had, crying on the days I wanted to relax, stressed and depressed with insomnia because I ponder, stumbling on emotions in a tornado of sonder. I get caught off guard as reality ambushes me. In moments of pure happiness, I can't think clearly. My brain gives me this notification that life sucks, and I get pushed and shoved, talking about my lack of luck, acting like I don't give a fuck when deep down I'm giving up. I just wish money wasn't the thing keeping me alive, walking a thin line above my choices and pride. I'll be honest, at times I'm not trying to survive, just doing my part in life before I die, hoping to leave a legacy with a book filled with my blood and eyes, a vision of empathy touching many lives. If people understood each other, maybe there would be no crime. Anyways, who am I to know? I am just a man living, to each their own. I can absorb pressure, but I'm not made of foam. I have limits, although they are never shown. I am a navigator with wayfinders scattered within our planet, an observer, so I watch and digest the details like a rabbit, staring off to the distance because it became a force of habit, surprised on love, turning humans to magnets, anguished at our cold world as if I forgot my jacket, cringing to the media because everyone is trying to catch it. There is no golden ticket. Even those with skill struggle to grasp it. Success only eats at us with the maggots. Only when stretched out in a casket, people listen to the tears of those they hatch it. Thank you.
Wow.
Yo, that was dope, man. That last line there, man. Yeah, everybody unmute yourself and give it up for the very talented Daniel Fernandez.
Daniel, right on. Just right on.
Captain Flow, Captain Flow, yeah.
Yeah, flow. Seamless
His
flow.
flow is stopless.
Bar after bar after. I always put hashtag
Thank you.
perfect
Jay?
bars, man. Like flow master over there.
I hate to sound old, Daniel, but you're on a journey, and there's some curves in the road coming up, but don't stop writing.
All right, so coming up next,
Thank you.
coming from Hawaii, where it's still sunny over there too. Yeah. All right, we got Mattie, aka Baby, long time open minds participant.
Hi.
We missed you, ain't seen you enough recently, and I'm excited to hear what you got for us tonight.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
loud and clear.
Okay.
You good.
I did something a little short because I know we're tight on time. I don't have a name for it. I'm tired of killing in self-defense. Evil for breakfast, evil to raise a child, evil at the step knocking. My past isn't choking me up. And I'm full though, not hungry for any more. Fighting back is like force feed. They're fattening me up for the slaughter one by one by one. I sleep with the lights on now. Chase my tail, run, run, run. Outlast the sleep dart and they gasp me through the floorboards. They find a way, always a way. So I'm gonna kill the target on my back next. The bugs crawl across me, unashamed. I'm a feast already, a maggot dream, dirt shit stench. If I poison the well, take a few of them down with me. Do you think this earth will take me back into her arms? A pill for all my dying, or reject me, my cruelty? Poem.
Yo, what a amazing piece, and it was very in Skiff fashion too. Like, I feel like you chose the perfect piece for that, man. Unmute yourselves and give it up for Mattie, aka Baby.
Mattie.
Yeah. Mattie.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Go. Let's go.
So good, so good. All right, so coming up next, we got Principe. Principe, you still here? There, yep. All right. If you could bless us with some words, we'd appreciate it.
Every word spoken inspires others to rise above the fray. That's a blessing to know. The whole world needs to read my words. One day they will. Sealing these affirmations to my soul. Call me crazy, call me something. It's my golden purpose. Probably around the corner somewhere. When I die, may you all be a corner of my life, examine closely. That's my piece right there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was deep, man. Hey, that was good. Everybody unmute yourselves and give it up for Principe.
Yeah.
All right, all right, all right. Short and sweet. Give it to us.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we got Freedom, and they have some medical issues, and they have a GoFundMe. If you got, could help out some, they gonna post a GoFundMe in the chat, and I'm probably gonna
Yeah.
email to everybody. But yeah, so
Hey, if
Freedom, if
everyone
you,
can support if you can, kind of thing, for medical stuff and for reference. And I have family that apparently thought and didn't believe all the things that were on there. I do have all those things or whatever kind of thing. But if you can support or share it anyway, that'd be great. I'm gonna just read something that I actually wrote in 2017, but seems kind of relevant for today, especially with how I've been feeling lately. Doesn't have a title or anything though. I had this great little cry today, the kind that just leaves you wishing and hoping that your body just suddenly fade. And you, I'll just start over. I had this great little cry today, the kind that just leaves you wishing and hoping that your body just suddenly starts to fade, and you don't have to have any effort on this killing of self today. Dreaming my days away all the while with a beating heart and frozen souls, and dreams that this life is actually pretty confusing. I mean, how long can you go with wishing you weren't living? A heartbreaking realization. If I had the right method, I wouldn't quite mind the feeling, but all along, housing a mind that's dying away, and all your attempts were just to dissociate. Oh my God, what it feels like to just be awake. Yeah, I guess that it sucks. I'll still have my moments, but I can honestly say, if I really think about it, right now there's too much life burning away and trying to escape into reality. Like, fuck this. I've always been the one to carry my heart into safety and why I came to this city, a flame that's always burning. But I kept getting burnt out. There's only so far one soul can stretch and how much abuse you can take. It's not easy to get away and burn a flame enough to make the ground with a new path just enough for you. But you know that you have to be alive to see it all. Forget the feeling of when things are just right enough. You think about the times and it's meh, wasn't too rough for me. It's always easy, but I can remember a small smile and every day. It's privileged to have that feeling, but fuck it. It's okay. I just wasn't born in that circumstance. I'm sick of your bumps and your road fucking with my past, and I already was done with that and never really was trying to come back to any of this shit. Ouch, that landing was quite a hit.
yeah, that was dope. Everybody, unmute yourself and give it up for Freedom, and make sure you visit their GoFundMe page and donate if you can. It'd be much appreciated.
Yes, loved it.
Yeah, Freedom.
That was great.
All right, so next on the list we got Nemo Sum. If you can unmute yourself and bless us with some word, brother, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to follow suit, and I'm going to read another poet tonight. I'm going to read Shockie G.
Yeah.
She's just, she's someone who challenges me to throw myself into it because yeah, she's her pen is fire. This poem is called Withdrawal. Today, I floated through the veins of my city and did not touch a wall once. I am a poltergeist of a phlebotomist. Needle in arm, the high is long gone. Serotonin subtracted, searching for a dose of dopamine. Can't believe love could feel like this in its absence. Forgive me for spacing out again. It is my brain trying to think about anything else. Thank you.
Yeah, Nemo, thank you. Yo, Shockie's so deep in to hear it come from you, man. Like, oh, that was intense, yo. Like, that was cool. Everybody unmute and give it up for Nemo Sum.
Woo! I love that.
Guys,
Yeah.
Aggie.
There's a
That was a
brave
great
cowardly
reading.
poet in the room.
Definitely. All right, so coming up next, we've got Atlas. If you can unmute yourself, brother, and bless us with some word. He got his hair down this time. He's all regal looking. My brother over here. Yeah, if you can unmute yourself and bless us with some word, man.
As of late, you guys can hear me? I'm at a coffee shop, so hopefully you can hear my voice better than the music. Hear me clear? Awesome. Okay. All right. So as of late, I've been doing these things called provocations. Not as long as some of the speeches that I've done before, but a little bit longer than a short poem. So here's just a few quick ones. There's obviously a lot of cynicism associated because I'm the meanest, nicest person on the planet. Here we go. I'll share 3 tonight. First one. Gangs are disgusting. They look for teenagers in high school who aren't sure of what they want to do with their life. They lure them in by promising them that they'll gain skills of value, and if they prove themselves, there will be promotions that will bring them more money, more influence. They seduce them by offering them family to those that may not have family of their own. Then they require them to undergo a series of physical tests and challenges, and to take drugs before they let them become one of the group. Once they're in, all they have to do is wear specific colors to show who their alliance is with, protect their territory at any cost, and understand that if they should decide to leave without permission, they will be punished. Kind of like the military, except they have deadlier weapons and are funded by the government. That's 1. 2.
Yo, that last line though, hold up, man. But they have better weapons and they're underfunded by the government. It's great. All right.
2. Look at the words we've chosen to associate with things today. Web, net, cell. And we wonder why we feel so trapped by technology. What name have we given to something that's destroyed modern day radio stations? Pandora. What name does the company go by that produces tons of unnecessary cardboard trash to do their business? Cardboard that fills our landfills and makes it harder to breathe? What company is that? Amazon. What do we commonly call a nuclear reactor that creates acid rain and can destroy the world if focused and weaponized? A plant. What's the name of one of the most financially influential companies in the world that has people killing themselves both to produce and to procure their products? Apple. What company has monetized our desire to communicate with one another and buys companies before they have a chance to speak about it? Alphabet. We call it a feed, but it consists of people starving for attention. We call them friends, despite the fact that none of them have ever met us, and considering the quantity, never will. We constantly shit on people who actually show faith in a real God, while the rest of us pursue followers wanting to lead them pretty much nowhere. An app named TikTok. TikTok is the preferred way to waste minutes, hours, and days of our lives. We continue to refer to the device as a phone, despite knowing that making and receiving calls is its least utilized feature. And we throw our Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal information to anyone because they can pay for our meals and our rent, even though they're never welcomed into our home and will never sit at the table and break bread with us. That was 2.
Wow. Okay.
3rd.
I'm really liking this new style that you're doing, by the way. These provocations. These are fire, dude.
Yeah, keep
Short and sweet,
going.
baby. Short and sweet, baby boy. 3rd. If you guys want a 4th, let me know. Here's 3rd. The human spirit is the greatest source of renewable energy. I'll repeat. The human spirit is the greatest source of renewable energy. And like any form of energy on the planet, it is being drained by those with influence and power and being sold right back to its creators. I call it spiritual fracking. Your emotions are being weaponized. Your attention is being monetized. Your time, your attention, your energy is the most valuable commodity in existence. The greatest magician in the world is distracting you with simple sleight of hand, getting you to look at a single card they draw from the entire deck that you've been holding the whole time. They have nothing without you because you have everything within you.
Yo, all right, we want a 4th. We want a 4th. Everybody on mute real quick and just say we want a 4th.
God
Yeah,
damn.
go for 4th, Atlas.
So many lessons, so many lessons,
Absolutely love it.
Did
So,
not
yeah.
waste a syllable. Thank you.
Yeah. Yo, so I'm excited for his feature July 7th coming up.
Good work. Good
So
work.
look forward to that. We get a big old chunk with this man right here. So yeah, go ahead, bring us on number 4.
Okay, all right. This one's pretty mean. I'm sorry, guys. Nicest, meanest person ever. Here we go.
Yes.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay. You gain absolutely no strength by lifting a bar that has no weight on either side. You gain no speed whatsoever from simply running in place. You gain no endurance by stopping the very moment you start to perspire or feel uncomfortable. So, if we know that to be indisputably true, what do you think you stand to gain by rejecting and condemning every single person who challenges you or doesn't agree with you? You ever seen an older person talking to themselves? They're not crazy. They're perfectly sane. I can tell you why you see so many older people talking to themselves. Because they started off nice, young, and friendly like you. But every time someone said something that they didn't want to hear, every time someone questioned their beliefs or their faith, they decided they weren't going to speak to them anymore. So every older person you see talking to themselves is sadly just someone who's left with only one person who agrees with every fucking thing they say. Themselves.
Yo, man, I see some older gentlemen in the room right here. I can't speak for them, but I got a little gray in my beard, but it ain't always there. But wow, everyone unmute and give it up for Atlas.
Yeah. Atlas, that was dope. That was dope.
Yeah, you got the insight there.
Yeah.
Atlas.
Thank you. Doing the work. That's the job. That's the job.
All these gray beards, man. Agree.
Old heads, yeah.
I also love how
Old heads
serious and
unite.
like stylistic you get. I love you, Atlas. You're right. You know you're right. Like you're not mean. You're just
When you're
right.
right, you're
It's
right.
okay.
Yeah, you're just right. It's not mean. It's yeah, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Speaking about a man that's right, that keeps it right every Monday night on the new yo. We got Elemental in the house who's gonna drop some poetry for us. I'm really excited about this. I watch this man host all the time, and I've been learning from him. I ain't even been doing this a year yet, but we've cultivated a good community, and it's all because of this man influencing me. So. Let's unmute 1 second and give it up for the host of our hosts, Elemental.
Yeah, come on, put it up. You're not hosting now, boy. Come on.
Listen, appreciate you, Thomas. To every poet who came before me and after, I truly appreciate your energy, and thank you for coming to support the Jedi Master. That cat's an OG for a reason. Time aside, he's an OG for a reason. I'm gonna try out some absolutely brand new shit on y'all. So forgive me for slanging paint. But I am a paint slinger. Actually, this is really something brand new. This is the turn up. They say 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 for black thought, and 4 to set go. 5 times 6 past hours when 7 gets ate up by Nina Ross. 10 seconds after 1 and 1 were cuffed by 12 on Calle 13 when good old boys remember when it was just plain old 13th Street. Across the tracks back in the good old days when boys knew they place in grooves of masses boots made for walking over shallow graves dug just deep enough to keep stench of depravity, enticing insatiable cannibals craving more blood than feral Nosferatu, whose lust and lack of mercy are only eclipsed by wickedness times Congo square root of COINTELPRO divided by Reaganomics to the power of fear that equates to patriotism or acts that quiet as kept made privacy in America gone with the wind in Bogart fashion for Hollywood to benefit from tragedy as most blockbusters do. Federalist paper theses, this masterclass plays out on corner as capital concept turned dark alley study halls with lessons in uneducated classes become one-way streets to crime university. When bells ring out on this campus, people usually die or find God in gun smoke, healing in heavy hearts, or solace in sirens, saved or slain. They still sing the same song, mama's tears, still crack pavements, praying for sons treated as flagrant fouls before they even step in the courts. Seen as ex-slaves, so coon, these porch monkeys pickaninny faster than fiends cop rocks from corner boys, make nights of living base heads, because it's hard out here for a pimp. Vote Don Bishop for president, resident revolver, emeritus, graduated, come loud with it, representative of hard heads that bounce off asphalt like Spalding and hardwood, ignorance, pounding pavements, plantation airwaves, pounding rocks on chain gangs that sound like A versus ER, pounding eardrums on billboard charts and make it sound cool. You know that slang we use, term used for whitey on both sides of the moon to profusely accuse the melanation of being more than survivors, because slavery is not so PC these days, according to Kanye, yet sharecropping keeps popping up in American history. It's all Geechee as long as we gullah and gutters of slave ships, corporate sponsorships, lowest bandwidth with uncut language. Most dangerous faction, always about that action, stand clear of this pure imagination that will construct counterstrikes to unplug your synchronicity with anything other than cog and machine, the only blemish on the manifestation of their American dream. Peace out.
Fucking Elemental. God damn, brother.
Yeah, that's the bomb. You dropped the bomb.
And that's for that paint. All right, I'm really looking forward to June 30th when you come through with a whole nother feature set for us, man. Because, boy, if you slanging that shit every day like that, like.
Yeah, wake up to the American dream. That's right.
Right? That last line was so powerful too, and it's like, it ended just such a powerful piece, man. Like, Elemental.
Thank you, Element. Thank you for
Yeah, we love
breathing and
you.
adding
We love
sound to.
everything you do. Yeah, you one of the greats, man. Like we said, there's some prophets in this room, and you know, you doing your thing, man.
I am because y'all are. Know that. I am because y'all are. Really.
We are all one, man. We are one family,
Really know
man, and
that.
this
I am
community is
because y'all
wonderful.
are. I am this
And I
loud,
love how much
belligerent, and black
you
because y'all allow me to do it. Thank you. Thank you. Truly.
Oh, man, and I love how much you love the communities and give back to the community too, you know, with the hosting the Monday Night New Year's. And we love seeing you here in your element and being able to spit, you know what I'm saying? And no pun intended on that. And you realize I used the word being in your element, but yeah, elemental. Thank you for that so much. All right, coming up next, we've got Chanson. Yo, this man's gonna be featuring two. In 2 weeks from now, we got Ed Potastic next week, and then Chanson. He is the haiku master. If you guys don't know, he's going to break the world record for the most haikus. I usually, when he first gets on, I say, "What number you at?" And yeah, Chanson, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, we'd appreciate it. You still here, Chanson?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, good. All right, cool. It's on you, brother.
Oh, is my turn now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what number you at?
3365.
3365. This man has 3,365 haikus written. And he probably fucking wrote one during the show, and he's probably gonna read us one we never hear, and they're all always amazing. And um, if you would, could you read them twice for us?
Yes.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thanks, Chanson. And yeah, he's gonna be featuring 2 weeks from now, so make sure to come through for that. It's gonna be dope. Maybe we'll do a haiku night, you know.
All right, so I'll read three of them that I wrote today. Second day of June, then three more. Second day of June means 3 more work days to go. Been a long school year. Second day of June means 3 more work days to go. Been a long school year. Love you forever, then added, and then some. Bitter, twisted lies. Love you forever, and then you added, and then some. Bitter, twisted lies. Divine handiwork from the twinkle in the stars, fish beneath the waves. Divine handiwork from the twinkle in the stars, fish beneath the waves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Those were dope, man. And keep at it. I know you're gonna beat that record, man. We all rooting for you, and I'm looking forward to your future. I think maybe we'll do a haiku night. Everyone come bring in the haikus and stuff, and Chanson will give us a nice feature and read some of the 3,365 haikus he has, and they're all on point. They're all so amazing. So we appreciate you, Chanson, and we appreciate everything you do as a human. You know. I see you, bro. I see you, and I
I appreciate
appreciate
that.
you. So yeah, coming up next, it looked like he got the piano again for the night. So CC Arshagra, if you could unmute yourself and make sure you're in musician mode so we can hear both the piano and you at the same time,
All right,
and
I'm literally
serenade us a bit.
I'm literally writing this now. I'm working on it, so I'm gonna kick something in progress. Uh, I think I might have read it as a poem before. I've been working on it. It's called "Calm Down." I don't know what it was called before. It's in its second incarnation, poem turned song. See what happens. I'm just gonna talk and play. Talking and playing, is that good? We're good? Okay. Let me take these shoes off. All right, here we go. And here I observe my own mind. Here I observe my own mind. And I calm down. I calm down. I care for the sight of love is blind. My heart takes a rest and I sigh. And Shakespeare is the name of my dog. And I'm grateful. I feel home here and now. Even when I'm not seen, even when I'm not heard, even when I am all alone in the wind. As I share my alone with my peace of mind. As I catch my wild thoughts with a simple choice to calm them down. As the wars all around me survive just to die. Still I feel grateful. I feel home here and now. Here I observe my own mind. Here I observe my own mind. And I calm down. And I calm down. Then everything true hits a wall. And everything large discovers it's small. And everything out there is only within. Then here comes fear's reasons that we fear true love again. Then here I observe my own mind. Here I observe my own mind. Then I calm down. and I calm down.
CC.
Sublime,
Wow.
sublime, man. Really sweet and sublime.
You just took us all on an amazing journey. You
Don't be afraid to die.
words.
Right on.
Yeah. Hey.
Throw a little mud on my own song
Fuck
there.
yeah.
Don't be afraid to die.
Yeah.
just another breath.
Hey, that was beautiful.
Got another one coming.
Yeah, right? Right.
Great pace. It was just such a nice pace too. You just kind of, strolling along through there. Really nice.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, I love having music in here, especially CC with the piano. Just
Yeah, you guys are
it really
inspiring me.
makes the night, man.
I read another one with Elemental on Monday. He said, I want to see you on Thursday with that one. This one was being in the works before that, so
this one was dope. I really like.
Oh yeah, by the way, everyone here, yada yada
Phynne,
yada yada
good
yada.
night, love you, Phynne.
Poets gotta eat. That's in my website, ccarshagra.com. That's the end of that. But I love you all. Thank you.
Definitely. All right, so coming up next we've got someone who's hasn't made it here in a while because of life, is life, but they're here now, and I'm so excited. One of my favorite people on earth, Kristi Scribbles. Yo, your your homie showed up the other night, Coral. They were awesome, killed it. Like, love them. Like, thank you for introducing poets, always support and open minds. And my wife and I absolutely love you. And yeah, and bless us with words, Kristi. We'd appreciate it.
Yes, I'm so excited. Coral messaged me. I was like, shit, how did I miss it when she was here? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say hi. I'm going to go off screen, but I wanted to. Here we go. Okay. Okay. This was a little, sorry, I'm going back on this. I don't know. This is to Skiff. I got inspired to scribble down some words. And this is it. Okay. Take the pieces, pieces of me, pieces of them, pieces without, pieces within, peace without, peace within, 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 inside, inside. Where am I? Inside of here, inside of me, inside of form, form myself, form myself, form myself here, inside form, forming energy into physicality, one part of my reality, one part of my individuality, seeping soul, weeping whole, holy weep, fast asleep, if I die, where go I? Where go I? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I know? Where do I know? Know where I go, know where I go. I do not know where to go, know where to go. I do not, no, I don't. No, I don't. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Will I? Yes. Will I know? Will I come? Will I go? Will I stop? Will I grow? Grow, 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 find growth, move upward, push outward, root in, find root, root down, deep down, down here, down there, here, there, we're here, I'm here, in here, I'm me, in here, I'm here, I'm me, in here, I'm me, in here, hear me, in here, hear me, in here.
Oh, we hear you, Kristi. Wow, yo, everyone,
Ovation.
you get right, like,
Brilliant.
and that was so cool that you.
The piano, I heard every note though.
Love the rhymes. I
That was so
love that
cool
you.
that you were in.
That was
Go ahead,
music.
Paul?
That was
I
gorgeous.
was gonna say, I love the thing you were working up where you end one phrase with a rhyme and you jump over to this other rhyme beginning the next phrase. That was really great word work.
Damn, that's good.
Yeah, like the rhyme scheme on that, like the structure of the rhythm were so dope, man. Like, and yeah, like just in the mixture of the same repetitive words and then rewriting them in a way that it like just flows in and
The
conveys
music,
the
musicality.
concept. Like,
Put the rhyme
yeah, it
below.
flows
The
so good
rhyme was
too,
there,
man.
but the rhyme was the music was like better than it almost. You know what I mean? Not better, but it was a good. It was good. It's like burying the rhyme. Only it was something about the
Yeah,
rhythm or the music that did that. It was good.
Yeah,
very
just the
melodic,
way
very melodic, very
you
melodic.
propelled your voice, it was just really propelling those words in a great kind of wave-like rhythm.
Mm. Yeah, there it is. That's the dance.
Dope performance, definitely. Yeah, yeah, dope performance. We appreciate you, Kristi, and so glad. We miss you. We love you. Come back more and spit some more dope stuff, even if it's just inspired off you. Catalyst loves you. I love you. The whole Open Minds family loves you. And yeah. So coming up next and last, and we might go to round two after this if you guys want to stick around for some more people. We'll resort the round two. Let's see who's still alive, and or we'll go into a little maybe Skiff Encore after this one, and then round two. We'll see how he's feeling. But coming up last but not least, Frogg Corpse, and I'm trying to.
Ooh.
I don't know if Skiff knows Frogg Corpse yet or not, or if they did, but I want them to link up and do a collab just because I think their styles are pretty similar and I know like
Oh, you
them
know
two
what?
combining their geniuses, it would be absolutely amazing. So
I gotta call Paul tomorrow.
Paul, I don't know if you've ever heard Frogg Corpse yet, but yeah, I want to welcome you to the Mind of
Yeah,
Frogg
yeah.
Corpse.
No, I'm familiar with his work and um, some of the stuff
I
that
want to
really
instigate a collab. I want to
the stuff
instigate a
that really
collab between you.
so the stuff that really sends me it's when I can hear echoes of a kind of real sort of traditional sort of orientation in that work, very lyrical, uh, and it's very distilled and beautiful work. So
Definitely. Yeah, we need to get together. If you aren't even connected yet, y'all need to get connected and do a collab because it would be mesmerizing to say the least. Frogg Corpse, my brother. Bless us with some words, man.
Aconite rising in the Nagilan gardens. Before my pen is gleaned, I push my ink to form from thought, whistling in a tiny wood, peeled behind the flocks. A row of dandelions comet, tailing toward the sky, yet with its movement infinite wind is the image that moves with time. Lonely roots which bore, bursting petals near a newing dawn, their sinewed irises melt in rain to the dreams of love clearly fading on. I once held a fondness tender by the shine of those eyes I dreamed, a known bitterness tasted in recollection, abiding image on Damascena green. Below as above as below, my hell at its best is its leveled core. Your rhythmic skips where the heart once lived. Oh, Cora, my Nyx, nevermore this dying while dear minutes stroll. A dirge to my vow implored, scattered were these scratchings, pecking at the thoughts of the blackening window paned. Last spring by it your picture stains, and as the summer dried, even the drought felt drained. It is in autumn where life hangs, filled by a note one winter where the pine sand shape, a death message brought with breeze. With silence it is to suffer, no words could relay, a devil in a bush to a god by a tree. with a photo in thought along wildflower seeds, stone pressed into dust, an emotional lycanthrope turned misanthrope by misanthrope, tugging cord I am missing rope, slowly stretched in circular sway, an overhead view of the belfry grave. Oh, those trailing rings. Gilded and Gould.
Wow.
There was snow on those footsteps. The silver and gold killed the green, in the muteness of a voice where its distance severed the seas. Two beating hearts once pounding, yet only one will feel the sting. The other will learn to love another, while the latter will cease to be. One will walk in tune, the second will lay to rest. One will take a hand as the others crush to death. Two will then lie down, though one goes deeper still. One will want it harder, the other wants deeper shrills. One will call to God, the other will be sent to them. The name called to the heavens is by the face that you're fucking with.
Yeah, Frog, everyone unmute and give it up for
Yeah,
Frog
it's like
Corpse.
William Blake and Poe move over.
Right?
Indeed.
Amazing stuff, amazing work. All right, so I think I've kind of cropped out the round 2 list based on who's here. I think, I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and post this. But before we go to round 2, my boy Massacre Rapper just showed up. Tim, what's good with you, brother? You gonna spit a poem for us, some freestyle? What you gonna do for us? You got 3 minutes on the mic. You're muted. Unmute. Unmute. Unmute.
Unmute Tim.
Unmute.
Am I good now?
There you go.
There we go. Shit, I'm like, sorry guys, I'm like new to this. You guys are spitting like fucking poetry, man. I'm like a gangster, man. I can spit gangster rap, bro. I don't know what you want me to do right now. I spit gangster rap. Is that what you want? Let's fucking go. Lights blazing, guns raising, handheld death. You feel amazing. The punk all over the street. He's walking alone, dead meat, feeling the kick of heart and steel. Sitting next to the guy at the wheel. Knocked our chump, change the way you feel. Now you're in the killing seat. You're riding shotgun, Friday night cruising. You out boozing, counting the rounds you've been losing. Your mind and body at a heightened sense. Thinking back to your first offense. There ain't nobody who's gonna get at your face because you're packing 9 in the waist. So pull out, load the breech, drop the first fuckers about to reach. Now you're pulling up on chassis to drive. Through the house, playing funky, wicked jive. Being a fake piece or in the mood. Thinking of bust out some attitude. One my eyes about bro's truck. So what you looking at, you dumb fuck. He tries to play me, thinks he can slay me, but he forgot. I don't keep it on safety. So keep it. So take that last look in the eyes. You pop 3 gaps, you grin, he dies. Suddenly round, bust the door. Shit, 12 rounds, 8 more. Punch the gas, taking flight. Past 160 out of sight. Some brother see his last light. Now you rock shotgun into the night.
Yeah. All right, gangster rap, man.
Spit some
I'm
more.
sure we can
Slam
some
close
gangster
my
rap.
cage. Leave me this goddamn rage. Fuck down, get doubled age. I'm God here. Fuck me, shed a tear. Put myself on
Hey,
a
we'll
plunge
do
career. What?
Hey, we'll do a freestyle after. We'll do a freestyle session afterwards. But we got some other people. We want to do a round 2, and so we'll get you in on that one, and then we'll do like some freestyling afterwards. We dropped a few more people from the list. Coming up next, we got the Magus, Gustav, Sallas. You can unmute yourself and bless us with some word, brother.
Okay, I got. I'm gonna do a really old piece here. I just feel like doing it because it amuses me. I was able to get to George W. Bush's water bottle 45 minutes before he went on stage with enough LSD to make him tell the truth. This is the end of the mental State of the Union address. Shh, I have a secret I must share. This is my true personal nightmare. You see, I'm out golfing with 41. That's my pa. We're some father and son. Now the whole dream I won't belabor, but suddenly my drivers turned to a lightsaber, and off came his head with a single whack. I mistook Dad for Hussein of Iraq. The severed head in the 41 ball cap rolled across the green into a sand trap. I ran to it. What did I see? I was staring back at me. Now you can imagine my surprise at staring into my own eyes when suddenly Yoda, who's my caddy, is standing with me and the me who's my daddy. Yoda shakes his head when R2-D2 beeps. My alarm goes off and I have the creeps. Damn, it's another boring day. I never listen to a thing people say, but who like Yoda is much wiser? My national security advisor. She's educated, so very nice. She's Dr. Condoleezza Rice, and she'll explain my nightmare. But she spoke of Freud, and I nodded as if I was aware. Then she's off on archetype and some young guy, and I want to understand her, and I really try to get a simple answer for a simple me, one that's not uncontradictory, just something clear and not so highfalutin. But she's name-dropping Joseph Campbell and Vladimir Putin. With so much talk, there's so little grasping, but suddenly she left me gasping. Abel was killed by an angry Cain. She blew my mind like I was Kurt Cobain. She said that this was about Poppy, me, and brother Jeb. She lured me with her story to the center of her web. I'm president, and Jeb's just Florida governor. But I've always had the feeling Daddy liked him more. I feel like to Dad I'm some dumb fuck here thanks to Jeb in Florida and sheer blind luck. She said that this war was not about deterrence, but something totally different she called transference. I hate Saddam like the father I cannot please, and my cognitive dissonance leads to y'all's unease. Thus, y'all be fighting in Baghdad so as to make peace with my dad. They are very ugly, Hussein and Osama, but I'm not afraid. Have you seen my mama? She shook me, dog. She took it so far. She compared me to Lucifer, the morning star. Sure, I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven. And I am taking advantage of 9/11. Okay, I'm the deceiver of the whole world. I'm the tempter. I'm the new Satan, known as the Saddam preemptor. And I'll not be cast alone into y'all's lake of fire, turning and turning in your widening gyre. I'm uncomfortable with all this maledictory. Condi calls this fear of Pyrrhic victory. Now, what's that? Still lost in the passionate intensity of sin, she explains to me that even if you win this battle, I might still lose my war. What the fuck would you be fighting for if I don't win re-election? I think of that and, well, there goes my erection. This worry almost makes war no fun. Will I get a second term when this war is won? Or will it end like for 41, the sins of the father revisited on the son? Pride cometh before the fall, so saddle up, lock and load. Next stop, Baghdad, y'all. The whore of Babylon soon will crumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Thank you.
Serious play.
Oh,
man.
that was so good. So fun. Oh my gosh.
Serious
That was
play,
fun.
man.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I love you. You ripped the sheets off. I wanted to see more ripping of more sheets.
Oh, it was
Gustav
classic.
would.
I mean,
You forgot about the oil in Kuwait. Man, there's a couple stanzas in there you could throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that humor is sharp as a
End
razor.
of the poem. That page is eight pages long. There's a lot of shit I left out. So.
Oh, great. All right. Hey, it's a chapbook.
Yeah, that humor is sharp as a razor. That's what I love about it.
Yeah.
oh, so much fun. That was a lot of fun. That was great. Such a fan.
Definitely, man. Hey, Gustav, thank you. And my internet has worked all night. You haven't had a co-host, so that was cool. Apparently I'm coming in really clear too. Like I prayed for the internet gods and they've been holding us out, so we're still going. Coming up next, we got Baba Ngoma.
This
Go
poem,
bless us with some work.
this poem is free. This poem is free, although you may have paid to hear me read it. This poem is sovereign. It has no birth certificate. It doesn't give a damn that it has no form. This poem wasn't written for you. It wrote itself. This poem has no 3-minute rule. It wasn't written for the slam, and it doesn't give a damn about the score. This poem doesn't care that it is political, and this is an erotic reading. This poem refuses to be porn on paper. This poem has a complicated relationship with its 9 to 5. This poem doesn't care about Jesus. This poem wants to know why you turned your back to your ancestors to follow your oppressor's religion. This poem doesn't care if it pisses you off. It prides itself in controversy. This poem thinks you should turn off the idiot box and read a book. This poem doesn't care about Kate and William, Bill and Hillary, Michelle and Barack, or Ben and fucking Jerry, as far as that matters. This poem doesn't care about who you marry. Once the night is tired, it's your damn problem. Deal with it. This poem does not care that it makes use of profanity. This poem thinks there's nothing more profane than poverty and wants to get paid. This poem is horny and wants to get laid. This poem has arthritis and wants to move to Cali for that medicinal weed. This is not the poem written by Muta Baruka, and it won't go on and 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 on in your mind. What happens in this poem stays in this poem. This poem is a bad mother, yo. This poem is free. This poem is free. This poem is free.
Whoo, Baba.
Yeah.
That
Very nice.
was dope, man. And, oh, dude.
Wow.
You killed it on that one. That- Thank you for that free poem. That was it. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, coming up next, if y'all can unmute and give it up for Baba,
Yeah,
and
you
then
can't go
we got
wrong with a free poem. That's for sure.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank God.
all right. Coming up next, we got Jeff Taylor. If you could unmute yourself and let us know about your open mic too that you run, and you still there, Jeff?
Hey, I'm still here, but I'm just listening. I'm just
You
getting
don't
out
want
of
to
work
read
and I
again?
can't do it right now. Yeah, I
All
would go
right.
later, but I can't do it right now.
All right. Well, you let us know when you could read, and we'll try to slide you in. Following him, we would have had Daniel Fernandez. So, Daniel Fernandez, you're up next. If you'd like to go ahead and unmute yourself and bless us with a poem.
Sure. So I was actually thinking of performing New Eurekan Love. So
Yeah.
Do
I'll do
it.
that. All right. So this is New Eurekan Love. New Eurekan Cafe, Poetry's Corner. New Eurekan Love, Visionary Explorers. We are poets, emotional reporters. We fight with the pen and let the ink be our armor. New Eurekan Poetry's Cafe, the place to be on any day. Like Rom Thompson, I'll promote the events with wordplay. Best producer in the world to date. Can find us at New York so you can rock the stage. We also got online events free for those who can't pay. Times are stressful, so you got options to choose from. Speak with your soul and let the love come. Online events are Mondays and Thursdays. We got Elemental and Ray Jane. Beautiful spirits to lift ours when we aren't feeling okay. If you're new, perfect. They'll show you the way. Just trust. Read a poem for the community to say, one of us. Monday starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Thursday starts at 9. You have 24 hours before to get a ticket online. Just pay attention for when the artist tickets go live. New Eurekan Cafe, Poetry's Corner. New Eurekan Love, Visionary Explorers. We are poets, emotional reporters. We fight with the pen and let the ink be our armor. Thank you, Arshagra. Let me shout you out, speaking the truth about life and to not let myself down. I lost hope, I won't lie, and gave up somehow. Life swallowed me, and I just couldn't get out. The community in general, thanks for including me. personally helped and saved me from mental injury. Sleep deprivation kicked in and I lost clarity. Suicide roamed my head and I was scared to breathe. Shout out to all the poets. Everyone is dope. Skills that can outshine even my own. Keep an eye out like a periscope. Nuyorican love, let it run through the bones. Fear and guilt are sisters. Violence just keeps coming like paper from printers. We smile but die inside because of the demons who whisper. No, not anymore. We shine like crystals. People care when it's convenient. But not us poets. We cherish the bravery of what our souls represent. Neglect the pain and right to have misery go against. Love everyone equally because we know how life can torment. Nuyorican Cafe, Poetry's Corner. Nuyorican Love, visionary explorers. We are poets, emotional reporters. We fight with the pen and let the ink be our armor. We got Deadpan Lizzie starting off glorifying the night. A collection of wonderful books on books. Yeah, that's right. Ed Flametastic burning the internet like a Molotov might. Michael Sindler, a blacksmith who can write. Check out lighthousewriters.org tonight. Joski blessing our ears with beautiful chords and soothing voice. Messiah teaches us with powerful word choice. Nemo describing pain in ways even agony can't. It touches the heart, making you think, God damn. Subject matter, thank you. I hear you in the background. Keep the pen moving. You too, my friend. Our pages weigh 1,000 pounds. Adam is making music with fantastic poetry on the side. Mr. Tez speaks the truth, twisting language with pride. Bill and his wonderful guitar. Generalissimo, words from a legend. I am honored I've made it this far. We got Gustav, spreading the love like butter, showing empathy from one person to another, from propaganda to Arshagra, to the pen, to the stage, to the Zoom, we support the love. Samuel, smoother than a jazz session. Unmesh, an international beast with his own poetry session. We got Jeff with great delivery, voiced volume with her unique personality. Every single poet deserves their own trophy, saving the heart from destruction like a goalie. Nuyorican Cafe, Poetry's Corner. Nuyorican Love, visionary explorers. We are poets, emotional reporters. We fight with the pen and let the ink be our armor. We all love those who are happy because we want to be happy ourselves. Dance with our dreams as we jump between realms. Kiss an opportunity, praying it won't swell as our innocence bubble up, getting overwhelmed. The music you like changes your perspective on the world. Just be optimistic and stay alert as you observe. For those who don't know me, I am Daniel Fernandez, a poet and dreamer, you see. I live for my ambition, hoping writing will help me achieve. Help people feel for those who are afraid to believe. I have a book filled with personal decor, available on Amazon so that the transaction is secure. Let the ink bleed so that you can preserve yours. I almost forgot, it's called Emotional Defibrillator. I also go by EPOV, a rapper who craves the need to succeed, feed entertainment better than weed, make you realize things are not always as they seem. For those curious few, it stands for everyone's point of view. Elemental calls me Sniffles, and I'll accept it. He's an icon. Regardless of what he says, I'll respect it. My nose is a bitch with unlimited fluids. Can't blame anyone but fucking humid. I am still moving backwards in life, just lost a job. No longer working weekends like the mob. I became a liability from lack of sleep. Began to hallucinate and living became a dream. About to lose my apartment and move back to my mom. In order to save and help her since our government are snobs. I am honest, so get used to it. Let it sting because you learn from punishment. I try to help like a pharmacist. It's not being negative, just realistic. Come join us. We are here every week. Help lift those who are on their knees. If you are struggling, we understand the need. We are poets. We endeavor success, literally. Share a poem or two, and I can guarantee you'll fall in love. Check out Nuyorican Poetry's Cafe and become one of us. Thank you.
One of us. One
Yeah.
of us. One of us.
Awesome.
Yeah, Daniel. Awesome rendition.
I think I've met half of y'all at Nuyorican's, and I'm so glad that y'all come to me every Friday too. And like, I love showing up to New York and just like it's always such a good time. And Daniel, you crush it with that, man. Nuyorican love, shout out, man, for sure. We got Elemental still here
Thank you.
chilling in the building. He's coming up on the list here shortly, but we're gonna keep the show going. If y'all want to unmute for a moment and give it up for this young man right here.
Hey, Daniel, thanks for kicking that off again. I just call that the Nuyorican theme song. It's just like a beautiful piece celebrating all those, all those people really give up so much energy and positivity there. And Thomas, you know why people come here from there is because, you know, you're all on the same vision, really, is making this action space for people so they can step up and speak out and do, you know, do things that are heavily into self-disclosure, which, you know, you can't do most places. And it's just the totally open, wide open, welcoming vibe where people just feel that mutual support. You know, that's the, it's not a formula. It's something people come by as a kind of personal inspiration and a kind of I'm going to say identifies that right, kind of a self-determined purpose. So, you know, it's really a commonality. I think Elemental, who, you know, keeps things going at New Eureka, and he would, I will venture to say, he would agree with some of the things I just said about why people will come here from there and vice versa.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, that was like a raving review, and I appreciate that. And I try to cultivate this space, and it's really y'all that make it, like we create this space together, and it's just amazing. And yeah, I love the community we have here, and thank you so much for the kind words. That was
And
amazing.
and
I
and
appreciate it.
venues and venues do come and go, but you never ever have to compete with another venue, no matter how big or small you get. You stay true to yourself and your vision and why you're doing this, and if you keep that integrity up, the integrity of the voices that come into it will sustain it. Competition in the arts, I understand, it's 30, 40 years into the free speech, and I've seen so many venues open and close, and you do not need, you're in competition with none. You are in competition with
Yeah,
none.
I,
Every
I just
poet is
started
not
doing
in
this because I wanted
competition.
to read
The same
poetry.
thing. It's the same thing that's happening
Yeah,
here
I
tonight.
started this because I wanted to read poetry, and
Yeah.
then all these cool people came, and we made it a thing. And so we gather every
But you're
Friday
doing a
night,
good
and
job.
yeah,
You're
competition's not a thing, but we also like to support the whole
yeah,
community
yeah.
too, New
CC
Yo,
wrote the
everybody.
book,
But
you
we're gonna
know.
keep this thing rolling because we still got some.
CC wrote the
Yeah,
book. He's
it's
laying
just
it down straight, you know.
It's not a kind
yeah.
read. What's his name from Cobalt called it the good, the bad, and the Arshagra. I get a kick out of repeating that. I don't know. It sounds cocky or not. I hope not, but it's ugly in places. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's never a Shangri-La, so it's, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
it's gonna have its dark side, and still, you know, if we want a revolution, we need to revolutionize ourselves first, you know.
The origin of the toilet, your shit
Mm.
stinks. If it wasn't for the shit stinking, the fucking original toilet would never. The rich got away from everything, and the wealthy and the elite of the feudal system. And it wasn't until they couldn't get away from their own shit that they fucking started digging the canals. so make them your own poem, make them smell their own shit, man. That was good. Oh, Paul, you're
Yeah,
good. Thank
definitely.
you.
All right, so let's
And
keep this
if you
thing
want to hear
rolling.
Paul
Coming up next.
expand, I know we go off on here sometimes, but if you want to hear Paul expand on what he meant by action space, the premiere episode of the Word Show when it comes out, I really want you all to listen to how his voice and his mind inside that original episode carried it, and how at the end of it was cultivated in the things he just said just now. It was a brilliant contribution to this thing
Can
that
you link that? Can you link that for us in the chat
it's
there,
not out
so
yet,
we
but
can
I
all get the
will.
link?
When
Oh,
it,
it's
I'll
not out
bring
yet.
it.
It's coming. Okay, yeah.
I'll
When
bring
it
it to you.
is, yeah. When it is, bring it up for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. I'm excited to see that. But yeah, let's keep things rolling. Coming from Hawaii, we've got Mattie, aka Baby, a long time Open Minds fam. We love you. We're so glad to see you every time you show up. And yeah, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, I got 2 poems. I gotta pick one. Both of these I read at the Slam a couple weeks ago, and one of these I got my highest scores ever. I got an average of a 9.8 on the poem. It was dope. Okay, so I have a poem on covert emotional abuse, and I have a poem on dystopian America. So let's get a vote on which one. Someone just unmute yourself. Tell me which one to read.
Dystopia.
One on emotional abuse.
Okay, it's called Welcome to Prison Planet. Welcome to Prison Planet. Every generation that came before you has pulled themselves up by the bootstrap so that you can do the same. Die a prehistoric, pre-revolution, post-apocalyptic work camp death, where propaganda teaches our parents to break the backs of their children with the same saddle they rode it on. Each decade, another millennium of failed potential. The unions march like martyrs to their execution. We are touched by our captors' compassion, their handouts of federal holidays. Welcome to Prison Planet. I have to believe we were put here to work. The entire room has genocide in their bloodline, the only distinction being which side your skin got stuck on. Like a hand to boiling sugar, we cannot unbecome the shrapnel scar nor peel ourselves off of the artillery that made us. Welcome to Prison Planet, where work makes you free. I'm a Holocaust shadow kid myself. I know nothing about the bricklaying of mass graves my ancestors became plastered into, though yet I feel a claustrophobic suffocation looming in the form of a ghost, a caustic stench emanating from my work boots. Welcome home. Here, there is not enough time to organize a revolution. They put shattered glass in the cement and mix it cold so it don't melt. So when they lay the new sidewalks over our cemeteries, our commute walkways will move like airport magic, sparkle in the sun. Our alleys full of shit, our streets smelling of piss and cigarettes. How can we look each other in the eyes? How can I ask anything of you? How can you mind anything but the placement of one foot in front of the other, one day after the next? Keep up, keep up. There is a planter on every block, a dose of nature, a tree, a placating, an ashtray. The one in this rating room is full of fresh leaves, saplings sprouting, upon closer inspection made of plastic too. There's a stain for every siren, every needle day, each sunken set of eyes and feet. We're all calluses sitting in balcony seats, bargain hunting with the lights off. We're all trying to correct our posture and stitch ourselves into straight lines, the fastest commute, the least tollways, zero if possible, trudging through the next 1,000-yard stare. Our vision can cut through smog and salt water. Our sick days can be used for a hospital visit later. Slice off the expenses in exchange for your lamb. Look at your foster system. Look at us all rotting from the white side down. Eventually you will look like beggar too someday. If you don't know already, you're just as poor as the delivery drivers and college educated slapsticks washing their hands in the cold water to save PG&E. You too will have to ask for a bit of mercy, and we will be unable to meet your eyes. Working and blind and nodding off behind the wheel, stench is the city. The insurance that won't pay for our windows has a new commercial on TV. You're a liar just like me. None of us can get coffee today, but we will. And we all look so alike. Hollow tune turned channel static. Here we are dancing in unison to the hum of construction site jackhammers here, where the revolution has stalled out like a wet engine, idling while smoke fills the streets of the city, where we all die in this enclosure that we found for free parking, a garage. Instead of fighting, a collective suicide of apathy. In exchange, the will to surrender the breath after a lifetime of signing away your body piece by piece to the cement that makes our city shine. Put the crack in your smile, whip it back into shape. When will you get it right? Work harder. We all die in this garage with the engine on, sat in the driver's seat, a testament signed and tucked in your breast pocket with a bloody tissue and the broken glass and the debt we owe still dead, soaked into our undershirts. Work your whole life away for your children to inherit this accent alone. All they will have to show for our sacrifice is the car we died in, a means of getting to work in the morning. Home.
Mattie. And that's why
Mattie
had open minds.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
That was awesome.
Whoa.
Yeah, I remember your
Wow.
time.
Wow, Mattie.
I could just feel the mood you were
Keep
in
on
when you wrote
flowering.
that.
Keep on flowering.
Damn.
There's work to do. there's work to do. You
I
already
told
won, by the
I
way.
told my wife
Love
right
you.
before she started reading, I was like, Maddie's coming on. I'm like, and then you said the title of the poem, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a movie on Netflix in like 2, 3 years, man. Like, but
You guys
yeah,
the
that
older
was
version,
amazing,
but I
Maddie.
read
We
a different one at Slam because it was a 3 minute. But whatever. You
yeah,
guys heard the longer one. Thank you.
Yeah,
excellent. Well, thank
it's
you for
no,
giving us the longer piece. We appreciate it.
yeah, really, no question why that got the recognition it did. That's for sure. Yeah, and thanks for doing the long piece.
Yeah.
Thank you. That actually wasn't the poem that got me my highest score. That was my first round poem, and then the other one I wrote was the second round poem, and that got me the best score I ever got. But yeah, I read those are both new poems, and yeah, thanks. I love you guys. I'll work on them. I'll make them better, and I'll show you what I get when I'm done.
Some of the best poems I've ever heard at a slam lost big time.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. If you win, you win. If you lose, you won.
Well, you know, the guy who invented the slam referred to it as a mock contest, and that's not to take away from anybody who wins the slam, but you know,
Right.
it has its arbitrariness to it for sure.
Totally agree with you. There's
Yeah.
popularity contests, there's favorites, there's all the randomness of the judges and who's drinking and who's not, and the warm-up round and who goes first and who goes last,
You
and that the scores get calibrated as we go on. And yeah, it's
I
but if
got
it's the only local poetry thing you got, then you know it's a bummer. But
I got a lot of video of its origin years. It came out of Chicago. It came into Boston. It went to Stone Soup. It threatened that venue. It went downstairs to the Cantab. Patricia Smith, the arc of her life. She just made the cover of Poets and Writer. She was the first national champion, and she was a writer for the Boston Globe. The story is unbelievable. There are some of the most greatest, beautiful people I know. Poet Lisa King was a great slam poet that she came and went. She died young. There are stories that it still goes on, but the arc of that story is like it's like what Paul said. I got a poem in the book about it called The Win-Win Poets. If you want to, maybe I'll do that later on. And I
Buy
showed
his
it to
book, and yeah, if
Guy.
we
I
get
showed it to
around to
Paul.
round three, we'll be able to hear it then. But let's keep this thing going. So maybe we can make a round three. Coming up next, we've got Freedom. Freedom, if you could mute yourselves and bless us with some words. And remember, post that link again if you got $5, $10, $20, $100 to help donate to her medical issues that she's going through on the GoFundMe. We would very much appreciate it. Send them blessings if you got
Thanks.
them.
Doing GoFundMe to raise some money to help with my medical situation as I'm on disability and such, and have a lot of medical issues. You can donate or even to share it. It'd be really great. I actually just wrote this poem while we were just sitting here and stuff like that, and I kind of want to hear feedback if you don't mind, because I haven't written a poem about somebody in quite a few years, and my friend's birthday is tomorrow, and she's a really great friend to me, and like kind of probably the first person that's ever shown me unconditional love. So like I'm hoping to really encapsulate that within the poem. So here it is. It's called A Bird Named Christina, spelled with 2 Ks, /Christina, Christina. If you want to possibly change your name more like a Nordic spelling. But anyway, that's the name. This little bird hummingbird energy that makes you pull out your binoculars so you can see this bird clearly. Oh, little bird, will you let me see all the contradictory aspects? You're a rainbow feathered bird that shines too brightly not to see, but sometimes I think you view your feathers as a dull color only you see. And that view is just as valid, but I hope you look beyond it, because in this world you have a blinding community, a radiating feather scheme that is impossible not to see. When you smile and when you speak, it's like a megaphone moment. Something you don't want to miss, hanging on to every word and moment. It's in the little things, the excitement in the things you see. I see the world a little differently, but the true essence of this bird is not something simply put into words that align well enough. It's an energy you can only experience yourself. Hard to put into human words, it's metaphysical, so to speak. This little bird is not little at all, but a person with such a big heart, warm soul. I hope to see this little bird embrace every glowing feather and see how big she is, how wonderful this world is with just your presence, how grateful I am to be part of this life you're living and how excited I am to see what you do with this life you're living. I'll be here to listen when the road gets comfy. And when your heart feels sad, I'll be a shoulder to cry on or sending drag race tea or cat videos. I'll be here cheering you on within the sidelines if you need it right on the front lines. This bird is one of the greatest souls I've ever met. But I hope this whole bit of a poem encapsulated some of it.
All right, so critical feedback. It was beautiful. I love the lyrics and stuff. Um, and there was so much beautiful imagery in it, but you were reading it fast. Like slow it down a little bit more so you have more time to enjoy like the the beauty of the words that you were saying. That's all I would, and
With
I
all
know your
due
styles can kind of
respect,
go a little
I
faster, but
agree.
like
If you
if you
slow
could
down,
slow it down a little bit, like it would be like you'd really be able to grasp each one of those lines a little better.
it's
And
worth
that's just coming from
savoring.
me. And yeah,
Okay,
it's not a poem
thanks.
you want to read through real fast. Like you want to just, I
Yeah,
would even read it at half that speed. Like just
Yeah,
read it.
slow. It's savoring. Seriously.
yeah. Sometimes I talk really fast,
Yeah.
but thanks. It's good to know.
Across the board, almost every poem you read, I always say, let the word tell you what the note is, and don't lie to it. You don't have to be like,
Whoa.
my poem, and here I am now, and here is my poem, and here I am now. And the last poem that won, and da 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 now, and now I am here is my poem. You don't, meter and rhyme is fine if you're going to do that. But if you're going to go free verse, it's your soul's the conductor. Play jazz. Double
Wow.
Z jazz.
Definitely.
I love
Play
that.
jazz. Your soul is the conductor. Play jazz. CC. Knowledge bombs,
Amazing.
man.
That is
Love it.
so cool.
Oh, yeah, so
Yeah,
coming up
love the tone of
next.
voice, though. I mean, I really like the delivery and the tone of your voice. I think you got that really, tight.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Well,
Let it
thank you
bleed.
guys.
Let it bleed through. True, and you'll know. You'll know.
Thanks.
All right, so coming up next, we've got Nemo Sum. If you'd like to unmute yourself and bless us with some words, my brother.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna keep reading other people. This is a poem that this poem is largely responsible for why I'm writing today. This poem is called Shift by Jamal May. Acting on an anonymous tip, a shift supervisor at a runaway shelter strip searched 6 teenagers. Mrs. Haver was taping shut the mouths of talkative students by the time she neared retirement. And Mr. Vickers, a skilled electrician in his day, didn't adapt when fuses became circuit breakers, a fact that didn't stop him from tinkering in our basement until the house was consumed by flame. I used to want to be this bad at a job. I wanted to show up pissy drunk to staff meetings when the PowerPoint slides were already dissolving one into another. But I had this bad habit of showing up on time and more sober than any man should be when working audio-visual hospitality in a 3-star hotel that was a 4-star hotel before he started working there. When the entire North Atlantic blacked out, every soul in the Hyatt Regency Dearborn flooded the parking lot, panicked about terrorists and rapture, while I plugged in microphones and taped down cables by flashlight, in case whatever cataclysm unfolded didn't preempt the meetings before which I'd convince a children's hospital to pay $15 to rent a $9 laser pointer. $35 for a flip chart, extra paper on the house. Is it good to be good at a job if that job involves pretending to be a Secret Service agent for Pfizer's George Bush impersonator? I don't know if it's better to be good at a bad job or bad at a good job. But there must be some kind of satisfaction in doing a job so poorly, you're never asked to do it again. I'm not saying he's a hero, but there's a guy out there who overloaded a transformer and made a difference. Because in a moment, sweating through my suit, groping in the dark when my boss was already home, I learned I'd work any job this hard. Ache like this to know that I could always ache for something. There's a hell for people like me where we shovel the coal we have mined ourselves in furnaces that burn the flesh from our bones nightly. And we never miss a shift.
Nemo, brother. I love
Capitalism,
the
man.
power of your
Yeah.
words and the imagery, man. Like, whew.
And I've seen laser pointers priced at $75.
Oh shit.
So
Nemo,
Nemo,
thank you
that's
so
what you
much
look
for
like
that,
when
too.
you laugh. That was beautiful, man. That's a beautiful, man. I've been waiting to see you smile and laugh.
Yeah, we always see
I
him
look
so
like a
gloomy when you
$75
if I was there,
laser
I'd hug you
pointer.
right now, man. If I was there, I'd give you a motherfucking hug right now. That's good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Definitely.
I mean, that was
Thank
a
you so
great,
much,
that
Nemo.
was,
We appreciate you.
that was great to pair up with what Freedom had to say.
Definitely. All right, so coming up next, we've got Atlas.
Oof.
Do you have some more of that, what'd you call them? Provocations?
I was gonna do like a sweet poem, but you really want more provocations?
Well, no, if you have a sweet poem, I'd rather a sweet poem from you.
Are you sure? Like, I'm here.
Yeah, no, I
I
want a
have a ton
sweet
of stuff.
poem from you. I've got tons of provocations from you. I want something sweet from you. You're my brother, man. I
Okay.
love you. I want to hear something nice
All
from you.
right.
You know?
So this, I'm actually putting together a children's book. It's a children's book
Oh,
for adults or an adult book for children, and I'm gonna do,
oh,
yeah. It's like if the Giving Tree was specifically designed for adults, not under the guise of being a children's book, something like that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom through some of the stanzas because it's pretty extensive. It's like 83 stanzas. I'm not going to do all of them, but the idea, if you, and any mothers, fathers, uncles, aunts, if you've ever been in the company of a child, you might relate to this. And if you can remember being a child, you'll definitely relate to this. So this is called The Way Back. And I'm just going to zoom through some of the excerpts. Here we go. You're just a tiny little kid, barely taller than my knee. I'm supposed to teach you all I know, but I'd rather you teach me. I'm supposed to be your caretaker. I should be more discerning. But since you came into the world, it seems that I'm the one who's learning. As I continue to spend time with you, the more I start to realize the world is a kaleidoscope when I view it through your eyes. Teach me how to see as you do, to focus on light and not the shade. These eyes of mine worked so much better before I bought into this charade. As I look out the rain-soaked window, the world looks so bleak and dark, but to you, it looks just as inviting as a giant water park. Adults know so little of the world, but we pretend we know it all. It's easy for you to observe its vastness when it's so big and you're so small. Your eyes are always so wide open. You stay constantly aware. whereas I could go to a dozen places and feel like I was never anywhere. That's something adults struggle with. We seem to lose that vital essence. Our minds and bodies travel separate routes, and we lose our sense of presence. You have an abundance of energy and a never-ending sense of wonder. You have awakened and rescued me from some awful spell that I was under. A spell that skewed my perspective and prevented me from seeing a warm, caring, and loving I am capable of being. Teach me how to talk like you. It's the most beautiful sound I've heard. There is so much passion and conviction within each and every word. Everything you feel and speak is genuine and honest. Adults seldom commit to what they say, even after they have promised. The doctor will ask what words you've learned. That's just something that they do, but they'll never show any interest in what words we've learned from you. We're expected to teach you our language as part of your education, but we know every word there is and still struggle with communication. What someone may say out loud isn't what the other person may hear. Even simple things get complicated. It seems like nothing's ever clear. Discussions become arguments. Talking turns to yelling. No one waits their turn to speak. They feel their view is more compelling. Everyone speaks, but no one is heard, as though they're talking to a wall. Adults can speak to each other for hours while saying nothing at all. Human beings are so fragile and yet so prone to violence. For fear that words may cause us harm, we simply cower in our silence. But you have this amazing power to break up all the tension. You need only utter a cute giggle to get everyone's attention. You can say pure gibberish and still make people smile and laugh. Then they pretend to be your voice and all speak on your behalf. It's all good fun when you're so young. Sadly, it continues as you're grown. They'll present their thoughts and feelings as though they were your own. They'll say they don't understand you, no matter how much time you've spent, then presume to be much wiser than you and claim to know exactly what you really meant. So for now, enjoy this time. Keep up this beautiful routine. You're way ahead of any of us because at least you know what you mean. Thank you.
Alice, I hope that book helps children and adults with things they do. So I know where you're going with that now, because like yeah, there's some good wisdom in that, and I would love to read the whole thing, man. That was dope, brother. That was dope.
That was amazing. It was just amazing. I only have one like it. It's called Cluck You. It's it's about a duck. It's Make Way for Ducklings version of it. But I love that. I love that. I love what you're doing. That's great work.
Yeah, that
All
was
right,
just
so we're gonna keep this thing going because I know we want to stick around. Or go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Oh no, I was just saying that was really delightful. I kind of hesitate though. I mean, if I was a parent, would I really give that book to my child? Because it cues them in on all the foibles, you know. And like, you know, children are so aware of that stuff anyway, right? They just don't put it into words so much.
Yeah, but
so,
it might slow them down of being indoctrinated an adult and losing that child in them. So
well, it would turn them off that course really quickly, you know. You know, it's about unlearning. You know, it goes back to what Ngoma was talking about a lot earlier, consciousness raising. You know, I identified with that.
Raising that consciousness, man, definitely, yo.
That came out of
Nailed
the
it with that. Like, we got to raise the consciousness.
came out of the 60s, and that's when people talked about unlearning too. You're born and you have that stuff internalized, so you have to unlearn it.
Definitely. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of unlearning and reprogramming and trying to reprogram the world with the positivity and words that we spit out as artists. And this next artist does it immensely incredibly. He's also one of the best hosts out there in the Zoomverse. Monday Night New Year's. Y'all need to check it out. Sign up on Sundays so you can perform, because there's no good luck round on the Mondays, and I always miss sign up because even if my alarm goes off, by the time I get it, the tickets are out. That is how hot this is. You have to be on the minute. Like, the minute those tickets become available, you need to be on it. Otherwise, you just watching for the night. But yeah, Elemental, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, we'd appreciate that.
Appreciate you, really. And again, to all the poets who came before me and after, I truly appreciate all the energy that you give to this, to our craft, to our passion. It really just energizes me to continue to do what I do. For the folks in the room, I'm about to give y'all something real quick. Somebody hit me with it a long time ago, but here's the cheat code. If you want to make sure you get on the open mic list, create an account with the New Eureka. Create an account and then
See, I have
log
an
in when
account
you go to
too, and when
sign
I
up.
log in to checkout, sometimes I still miss it, man. Like,
Right, because you have to put
you
in
gotta
the
be so
information.
ninja.
If
Yeah,
you
I
log in,
autofill with the login, all that,
yes,
and it's
that's
like
the
you gotta
cheat
be
code.
on
You
point.
got to be on
You
point.
gotta be within like
You
within
do
the
have to be
first
on
2
point.
minutes, bro. Like, everybody's on it with their account sign up, ready to nail it. But
Hey,
yeah,
I'm thankful, man. Listen, when I first started coming, man, it was the hottest ticket, right? The tickets were sold out in under a minute sometimes. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So, I'm only doing what I can to try to make it the hypest and the hottest night of the week. So, I'm gonna do this real quick, and I'm gonna get out your way, man. This is something that really speaks to me, because I truly appreciate the people who came before us, and I hope that I am keeping in that vein. So this is one of those, but this is a letter to Amiri. I was dreaming when I wrote this. Forgive me if I get lost in fields of flames planted on black belt estates under blistering mercilessness, with a lethal dose of violence to make the boiled bacon go down easier. I heard you asking universal forbidden questions, treasure box locks overboard with souls who refuse to live lives not designed for them. Middle passage of indoctrination, laden transcripts of pirate ships from pirate lips for every injustice absent from circulation, textbook taboo, new school fools, traded chains for names like Yale and Harvard, forefather Ivy League translucent, you used it, made bombs for longing for equality, sit in, shut down, unmasked clowns on Capitol Hill, Kenny Roger, gamblers stance, know when to fold them, been holding on to twisted cards far too long, survived the turn, crossed river of heroes, poker face, bluff, COINTELPRO, weed out Judas, because if Hoover do it, there'll be nothing left but specks of transgressions, tumbleweeds, where history once grew tall as fences in August of the Wilson time of day, aftermath, calculated abacus madness, signature on backs, railroad tie rewards for speaking out of line, work songs belted by battalions of broken men finding ways to make a dollar swinging hammers. Those splinters made this lead, passed down from poplar tree seeds, urbanite kings and queens, made junkies and fiends for government subsidies, projects and public housing, merry-go-round welfare offices selling everything that's not bolted down. It was those times I heard you. In piss-filled alleys, shadow snakes hiding in tall grass, bite deadly, boa constrict mobility to 10-block radius, no rights in sight in events. Sentences need to be carried out on streets. Only speak when spoken to in slum village, trench town that smothers you. Ghettos are the same everywhere. They all stink. Teeter on collapse to snatch the soul from old school beings in the flesh. I must confess, I don't know if I'm qualified to utter your words or step into your poems. I pray I do this passion, some sort of grace to keep you in faces and spines of those who trace the stars with scarred vision from painful beginnings. My hope is this letter finds you resting in your paradise where poetry is the national language, where ears are finally tuned to the frequency that fuels me to keep this Olympic torch blazing. Thank you for being fearless enough to share with me. Sincerely, a humble poet, blessed by your presence. Peace, y'all.
Wow.
Ovation. Ovation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really well.
Elemental.
Let's
Thank you for that.
fucking go, Elemental.
Love it.
Maddie's tripping, bro. Yo, that shit was so dope, man. It's so on point. The cadence with it, like your performances are so sick, dude. Every time, bring in that fire, man. I appreciate
Yes, that was a sacred share. That was a
I think
sacred.
Amiri would have liked it too.
Yeah,
I think
for
Amiri
sure.
would have liked it too, bro.
There you
Yeah,
go.
for sure.
Yeah, I always get off
Yes.
when I hearing a poet who gets inhabited by their poem.
Yeah.
You know, and then just some of the wordplay in there too, just making up, you know, making
you
up
do
a
that
word
well,
out of three others. You know, that's a
Yeah, his
super.
wordplay and rhyme structure, and
Your
then
wordplay is
the
outrageous.
content behind it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I love when he
accomplish
does that.
a
I
lot.
mean the da da da, and I mean the this, and like he'll throw out like 4 words and just like rip into a whole new rhyme scheme, and like you're definitely fire with that pen, man.
You
I
get a
think
lot
it's
of work.
Coming up next, we
You
got
get a
some
lot
members.
done with very few words, and then you do it again and
Yeah.
again and again, line after line. It's work. You work it.
pure entertainment.
Ouch.
One of my favorite poets for sure.
Pure edutainment.
All right, so yeah, hey, there you go, pure edutainment.
Edutainment.
Yo, mama with that.
For
Yeah,
sure.
hey, that's the coined by you. Yeah, Elemental's pure edutainment. That's how I'm introducing you next week. If you don't mind, Baba, I'm stealing that one. He's gonna be, y'all get
Oh,
ready for
that's
some
fine.
edutainment.
Yeah, that's
We
fine.
got Elemental on deck, baby. Yeah, that was dope, brother. We appreciate that. Hey, CC, man, serenade us again with some beautiful melodies on that there ivory keyboard you got there.
Oh man, I got this one, but it's one of the first one. It's the only song I ever wrote Facebook Live version by version by version and let people watch me write a song, but it's too long, so I'm gonna half read it. But if I can remember it. So the hook in the song goes, waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. It was sad who started laughter, where every mood of life collides in a song only the soul feels, where the music never lies. Where the music never dies. Balloons tied to thought's fingers. Windy spirits lift the mind. while the ocean floor is crying and the bed wakes up in love. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. Broken mirrors move you into tears reflecting loss. It is midnight in a daydream where your solo heart drum beats. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. Facing true love improvises as a dying photograph smiles inside you, as all the calendars just turn to ashes. We're all now living in the age of flowers, living in the age of flowers. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. Imagine love is all there is, the sun and moon only illusions. And fear and hatred take their final curtain call as a standing ovation turns to silence. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. Another war has never started, yet rages on like two blind mirrors, warring over the same fear's reflection, till who won sees their own soul is missing, till who won sees their own soul is missing. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. There's a kiss that lives on your lips. Every moment competition dies as all the writers start to paint the sky, as the music laps away at the shore. As the music laps away at the shore. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. A child's playground next to a row of gravestones. Life ages, falls down and scrapes its knee. And here lives a universal drop of blood as all of creation sheds one tear. All creation sheds one tear. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. Blame can hold its breath no longer. Fault falls down on its own sword, and reason gives up murdering and stops worshiping the gods of war. Stops worshiping the gods of war. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. Our telepathy's thoughts are all born here. Speaking into breathing, our souls return. It's the hide of mind that lies to our own honesty. Finding the arrive of love's air never really leaves us. The arrive of love's air never really leaves us. Waiting for tomorrow is a waste of time. Regret decides to die right now. And sorrow surrenders its righteousness. And now all the pain becomes responsible. And all that is left is a choice. All that is left is a choice.
CC, what an amazing performance. Yo,
Yeah.
you and give it up for CC.
Woohoo. That was good.
Philosophy Cafe.
Behind that piano.
Right?
Oh man, you're the best. Well,
Really, you behind that piano is really something different, man.
That's wonderful, man. That's wonderful.
Yeah, just so at ease, just the pace. It's just a pleasure to just sort of lounge back and absorb all that.
yeah, let the words tell you what the notes are. Somebody said that to me once. I never forgot it. Beware the one-note piano.
If I were
You know
to have a
what?
one-note piano, I would want it to be this next performer's voice, and that's Frogg Corpse. If I was to have a one-note piano, I would want it to be in the tone of Frogg Corpse, so I could just somehow recreate the magic that he does with these words. So
That's a poem
that's
right
all I ended
there.
up. Well, it was a little freestyle tribute poem to my boy, man. So yeah, Frogg Corpse, if you want to unmute yourself and bless us with some of them words, man, we'd appreciate it. Or we'll go ahead and skip it, Frog, if you have any issues, and we'll move on to the next person and loop back to you. So great introduction for nothing. We love you still, even though you can't hear us. Whisper Poet, you in the house? You didn't want to spit earlier, but I got you on the list here. So Whisper Poet, if you are still alive and awake and able to whisper some poetry for us, that would be dope. You can sing it too, yell, I don't care, but if you want to unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we'd appreciate it. All right, I guess we're going on to round 3 then, and we'll loop back to these people. So, starting off on round 3, we have Jeff Taylor who requested he can go again, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna start a round 3 just for you. So the fact that the last 2 people didn't show, it's your time now, Jeff. If you're still here, yeah, Jeff's here. All right, Jeff's down.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for creating a third round just because I said I could read.
Well, it's so you're finishing up round 2 because we had 2 other people that didn't wasn't ready to read. So yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah, I did create one
sure,
for you
sure.
because I wanted you to go again. So
Hey, can I do a screen share on this?
yeah, yeah. Do I still have you as co-host, or can you do it?
No, I think I dropped out, and then when I came back in, so I think I don't.
There you go. I should be good now, bro.
No, it's saying I can't do it. Oh wait, hold on, maybe something changed. Yeah, okay, now I got it. Oh, wait. So I'm on my phone and I can't figure out how to do the screen share. Oh wait, here it is. All right, this is what I'm looking for. Thanks. All right. Yeah. Okay. Do you see that? Are you guys able to see that or no?
Not yet, but sometimes it takes a second for it to load.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, you're on screen.
Oh,
Still.
you know what? No, I think I messed it up. All right. So
I seen
never
it like
mind.
flash for a second, like you went to share screen and then it like crashed or something. But
And then,
you might
all
want to
right, yeah.
just
So
try again.
I'm on my phone. I usually do it. I've done it on my laptop, and it works out. But I think with my phone, it's acting up a little bit differently. So, yeah. Just so I won't do the screen share, but so I have this poem. It's called "Replace." It's in this journal, The Blood Rag, and the editor Matt Wall has a contest, Poet of the Year, and I've been nominated for the Blood Rag Poet of the Year from this poem here.
Heck yeah, that's cool.
It's called
Brother.
Replace. Yes, you could. Everybody could vote if you just email IHateMattWall@gmail.com and
Post
put it in the
in the
title.
chat there.
I will. Yeah, I know. I will.
Yeah.
I'll do that. All right. Thanks. But here's the poem. I chain smoked to replace you. Every thought about pressing my lips to yours, another cigarette. When I finally drank the butts and the end of my can, I quitting you. That's just a short one.
Quitting it.
Yo, that was dope, man. I feel that one because I suffer with alcoholism, and that's what that sounded like to me. It could be taken either way as a love poem or that bottle, and I took it as
Yeah, there's like a bit of both, like suffering from that at the time, and but there was, it's like multifaceted,
yeah,
because like
it's very
butts
deep
and
and layered.
cans are both jokes,
Yeah,
but that's supposed
sucking
to
on the
be kind of
butts
like
and
a
the cans,
dual
like get
meanings there,
like
like
'cause
yeah,
smoking so much
yeah,
cigarettes and they get the butts out of can. That
and then
wordplay on
like
that was beautiful line, dude. Like,
I would do that, but and then like, but then I can do that, and
yeah. Yeah, I love the wordplay on it, man. Yo, Jeff, I'm
I
so glad that you've been showing up to our Friday open mics, dude. Like, I really appreciate your
oh,
energy, man. Like, just when you get on and start speaking, I just feel like I'm chilling with a old friend, that I haven't seen
oh,
in.
word. I feel the same way, man. So thank you so much. That really means a lot. You say that. The space that you created here is amazing. I love coming back. There's so much love. I can feel it coming through my screen. We had Paul Skiff tonight. I could have listened to him for 2 hours. Man,
Right?
you were awesome. Thank you for bringing that. Elemental been killing it tonight. Everybody
Yeah,
always
everyone really
bringing the
brought it,
fire
dude.
here.
Definitely. So yeah, come. I
Thank you.
guess I'll go. I didn't go in the round two, but it's round three now, so I'll go. I got a little quick one. Um, my wife and I couldn't get over this first like couple bars. Um, just for a minute, dude. Like, but it's called "Cleanse the Wretched." My teeth reek from the meat I consume. Exhume my past self for clues. I'm past help, no bruise. I'm past self, I'm you. That's true. Yeah, that's health. That's right. I'm life. And well, that's fucking strife. But there's no time to hide. Just take pride in being alive. 'Cause the letters you are make survive with the proper vibe applied. Pliers to my mind. Extract the time to cultivate these rhymes. Divine Squire, speak from a higher power. Speech I devour to reach all my people I preach. It's never sour, just leak. In this hour we keep our power united. It's ours, enlightened minds, spitting crooked lines so you can see between the blinds they pulled over your eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy, for that. That was Open Minds.
All right, so yeah, if
Thank you,
anybody else,
Thomas.
Ready for a Paul Skiff encore.
yeah, that's so. If
Oh,
anyone else wants to stick around, if Skiff is willing, we definitely want to hear an encore from you, Skiff.
oh, sure. It's a privilege to be asked to do an encore. Let me get this thing up on the screen. Yeah, this is about a page long, I guess, not too. Just want to thank everybody again for being here, and Thomas and Catalyst and Thomas's mother. Let's acknowledge. There's also somebody I know here who, if she's still here, Suzanne, who's a really important person to me. She got me to be able to do some of my work over in Europe a couple of decades ago. So I just want to shout out her name for being here. She's actually in Basel, Switzerland. So you got somebody listening from a long way away. So this is a thing cooked up this week. You may admire a word, but it is not a piece of property. I possess the knowing of my favorite word, but the word does not belong to me. The only way to possess a word is for the moment you admit you do not have it. At least you pass forward and are the truth of the word's freedom. I am entered into words I speak, but I only hold the moment of their enjoyment with my voice. Safekeeping of the word continuously interrupted words wear my mouth as their shadow quest beneath my tongue for how to be set. Searching for the selfsame sound as though my mouth is a sonic mirror echo spark. Traveling the frontier of their becoming inside my mouth like refugees on an illicit crossing to freedom. My favorite word is all of them that create a person whole and complete. Any word that even in wilderness of delirious rapture or nonsense creates an emancipation. Any word that even in wilderness of delirious rapture nonsense creates an emancipation. All words that ignite and shape a vital beginning of full-bodied participation in being alive. If our life was a word, I would favor it with being said. If our life was a word, I would favor it with being said. Shape my mouth around life. Fill with resonance of force greater than any human understanding to be made animate here, so my resolve and volatile tenacity will be how I feel and perceive into this life. I would stand inside the word of life and let it compose me. How is it that looking for a way to be spoken, all words freely give themselves to page, screen, or sky? Never resist becoming alive. Leave silence with the vibration of birth joy like it was their mother. What is the secret of their giving? The selflessness of their valor, the generosity only spirit has the capacity to accept. I speak you, I speak you a word, so we feel ourselves, 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 so we feel a word, ourselves, the place we know as our being. I speak you and myself like a word impassioned with the need to be shaped, so we feel ourselves in the here of hearing, the place we know as our being, a beginning as a word that opens our togetherness, the beginning as a word that opens our togetherness. I will be the favor of this word here, over here, over here, over here, here, here where life is more abundant. Where life is more abundant, there is no act of the pawn, no distorted smile, no forced loyalty. Here, danger is not shared with inner impulse. There is no flood, famine, raging epidemic, or hopeless war. For I possess enough lies to exclude them, and I am only suspended in human condition because after they said this was life, I did not wait for the first rule. I am loose and ill-defined. I am infinite and omni-relevant. I am hereafter where all my desires are satisfied, so I do not have them anymore. Here, over here where life is more abundant. Here, 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 over here. This is earth bliss. This is my absence. This is my absence. This is my absence. This is my liberty song.
Wow, Skiff, that was amazing. One of my favorite singers all time is Maynard James Keenan from
Yeah.
Tool and A Perfect Circle. And it was like as if Paul Skiff and Maynard James Keenan had a baby and then wrote and sang that song. Like it really it you reminded me of my favorite singer as you were singing. And but it was your poetry and your soul, so it was like fucking amazing, dude. Like to hear one of my
Wow.
favorite poets spit and like with the vibe of one of my favorite singers, man. Just, if y'all want to say anything, unmute and bless this man for that encore because that was just absolutely beautiful, man.
Yeah, Paul, what a great way to end the night. That was fantastic. Just
Thank you for
I
superb.
sharing
know.
that spirit.
Back in the 90s, I've seen Ed Sanders many times. I got some great video of him, and that just woke up a lot of Ed Sanders and the Fugs and that. Did you feel that when you wrote it and sang it?
I'm familiar with Ed, and I know what the Fugs did with poetry and music. That's a long, long tradition of like a Lower East Side musication. That's somebody Jane would be totally familiar with. It. Jane
Yeah,
Stumpy.
amen. Bugs.
Yeah, yeah.
He still has an open mic, but he doesn't go out much. He's hard to reach. I've tried to reach him a few times. I think I'm going to go over to Beacon, maybe someday see him. If you want to come up, maybe we can cross paths there.
That would be something, but I don't blame him. It's hard, being a senior citizen and getting on the road. That's a double chore.
Yeah, I guess he's in his 90s now. He must be up there.
I just saw David Amaram on a bill on a spitting poetry over here at the neighborhood theater. That he's got to be like 93.
I just saw him at the Figaro when they reopened just a little while ago. I gave him a ride home.
Wow.
He gave me a quote for the back of my book.
Beautiful. Well,
I've seen him a few times. He used to do at the Kerouac Fest up in Lowell. He used to do the Sunday night. Lowell celebrates Kerouac thing. The Sunday night open was him. He jammed behind it, and he comes every year to New Hartford for the Beat Poetry Festival. If you want to come up in September, that's a fun thing in the backyard.
Cool. Well, thanks again, Thomas and Catalyst and Thomas's mother, and for this really beautiful action space. And it's been such a pleasure to be here and vent for as long as you were so receptive to my venting. So thank you very much.
And
you
were fucking amazing. Never mind vent.
Wonderful.
When I got here and saw
you love it when you vent.
When I got here and saw the people that were here, I was, it's like, I'm going to learn 1.5 pounds tonight from all these people.
Definitely, man. Hey, and I want to thank you so much for doing this feature. I think tonight's been an amazing night. Well, we've been going for almost 4.5 hours now. I think we're gonna wrap it up now here. Cece, can you play us out with a little tune and I'll read
Love,
the
love, love.
Good Night Open Minds
Love you,
poem.
Tom.
Yeah,
Catalyst. Love
Love
you.
all of you.
Right.
I love y'all
Good
too.
night.
And
I don't know.
I think I wrote a little poem here. Thank you,
Life
beautiful
is
soul.
only death.
Well, no, I was gonna do the
Not
good night poem.
forever. That's it.
Sing. No, I was gonna sing read a good night poem that I wrote for Open Minds, and
Oh,
just freestyle
just
poem.
music. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
just do a little tune here. That was a good one. Keep that on going. Beautiful soul, for sharing your heart. Thank you for being here and for caring for art. Thank you unfolding the wholeness, for becoming a part, participating in our mission to spread light into the dark, for your stimulating transmission and widespread sight. Thank you for visiting Open Minds, Open Mic. God bless you all, man. I hope y'all have a wonderful weekend, and we'll catch you next Friday with Ed Potastic.
Super. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you, Paul. Thank
Appreciate
you,
you,
everyone.
Jedi Master. You're the
Beautiful
one and
night.
only. For real. I can't wait. It's going down. Y'all have a great week.
Love
Cool.
you. Oh, my battery is dying as we speak. Perfect timing. All right, good
Peace
night.
out. Pleasant dreams, everybody.
Good night. Sleep tight.
Good night, y'all.